Hello, hello, everybody. We are live. I'm so excited to welcome you to day 2 of Making the Invisible Visible. My name is Roxy, and I am one of the core stewards of the Design Science Studio, founder, and also the ecosystem director and architect. And I am delighted to welcome you today. We are going to begin today first with an opening ceremony with Kharyshi Wiginton, who is a multidisciplinary artist and educator who empowers people to love themselves and creates change. So we will kick off today and Making the Invisible Visible with Kharyshi, who is a member of Cohort 3 of the Design Science Studio. Welcome, Kharyshi. So excited to have you kicking off today.
Greetings. Thank you, Roxy. Greetings, everyone. It's Aries season. I'm an Aries. My birthday is on April 10th, and I just want everybody to know the fire is up. We are out here. What a beautiful way to have kick off the salon is during Aries season. It's beginning of Mercury retrogrades, the end of the eclipse. It's like a lot of magic happening in the world and hopefully in everybody's lives right now. And I'm honored to be here with all of you. I'm going to do two pieces. One is a shorter poem, and then one is a longer poem. So the first one, some of you have heard it before, but I really wanted to share it again. It is my signature piece. It is, if I was going to explain like who I was in a nutshell, this is it. If you were like, "Hi, Rishi, who are you?" This is what I would say. I am a firecracker, always running, jumping, stomping in the mud. I carry lightning rods in the palm of my hands and earthquakes between my toes. I am too much for most people, but never enough for me. I haven't the time to be quiet. I am the crackle of flames that pops around and gets into everyone's business. I want to shout in bus stations and sing down sleeping streets. I pick red shirts over pink sweaters and for wrestling and crossing my legs. Don't know how to sit still. There is movement in my blood. I want to write songs about freedom and dance on rooftops across the world. I want to send my voice through FedEx and give you pictures of my naked body via email. I want to scream, carry a slingshot in my back pocket so that I can shoot rocks into the eyes of anyone who trespasses on my feelings. I want to heal wounded souls and make love to beautiful boys on baseball diamonds. I am a hot mess. Child of Shango, spirit of Oya. I was born with the urge to move, beat out sorrow with my legs, and bring down happiness from the sky with my bare hands. I have no desire to be a straight girl walking in a straight line, always doing what she's told. I want to be bold, pushing out whirlwinds with the rhythm of my tongue. I am that girl's best friend, the one with crooked ponytails and scratches on her knees, showing her that self love doesn't come with a price tag. I have no desire to be quiet. My brain moves too fast to sit still. I'm yelling out his stories and her dreams because no one else has agreed to stand in line. I don't know how to have polite conversation or speak soft. My walk is a jolting rage, asking to be recognized. I want to greet strangers with a roar and give birth to controversy. Check this out. I don't want to be with the man unless he is enough to let me be this big girl with too much but for subtleties. I am a wildish nature woman that talks to the moon, greets elephants, and isn't afraid to ask questions. I am a firecracker, always jumping, running, stomping in the mud. I carry lightning rods in the palm of my hands and earthquakes between my toes. I am too much for most people, but never enough for me. I haven't the time to be quiet. So that's my first one. And I love that poem. It never gets old for me. I wrote it maybe in I think in 2005, we were taking a group of Black women to South Africa for a project called Colors of the Diaspora. And we were doing a lot of writing at the time. And it was really like a period of like, who are you and how do you put that in your poem? Like, if I could have a poem introduce me, what would it be? And I feel like that is such an accurate then and now representation. And the last poem I'm going to do, it's a list poem. So I have a one woman show called Too Much Woman for This World. And it plays with the idea of what my life was like growing up as a fat child in Southern California, a fat Black woman, fat Black girl, and then fat Black woman. In my journey to self-esteem. And in the piece, I play with the idea. I learned that the word enough is actually an ancient Sanskrit word, and it means it's a state of being, right? And so we use it incorrectly in English. In English, we use it as though it's a destination. It's something that you have to achieve. But in all actuality, the word enough means like being who you are, right? And so by virtue of being whoever I am authentically in myself, I am practicing being enough, right? And so when you're fat, there's always the idea of being too much for people to deal with. And sometimes you're too much, so much that people want to act like you're invisible, right? And so I play with the idea of what it means to be too much versus being enough. And I go back and forth. And so in the piece, there's a way I wanted to play with the idea of enough. And so this is a list poem. Um, and at the same time, it starts off very personal and then it moves to the institutional, right? Because we have to remember that when we think about like isms, so sizeism, sexism, racism, heterosexism, right? All of those isms means that it's institutional. So then it's no longer just about if you like me because I'm fat or not, or what my interpersonal relationships are like, right? It is literally then how am I treated in an airport? How am I treated by the healthcare system? Are there benches? Like, have people considered when they create buildings and spaces, have they considered that all bodies aren't the same? And how do you make situations possible for every actual body, physical body, to feel comfortable and accommodated? Do they have the right stretchers? Like, do fat people have heart attacks or get injured or whatever? If I have to go to the hospital, is the ambulance equipped to deal with my body? Like, what is it like for me to move through the world? So I wanted to start off very personal and then move to the institutional level. And so this is my journey, my list poem. It's called the Enough poem. 1. Sometimes, if I close my eyes tight enough, I can still see him there, sitting on the edge of their bed with a saxophone draped around his neck and a fedora cocked to the side. He was my music, a brand of cool that couldn't be manufactured before Coltrane. He was my favorite tenor. In fact, when people ask me who was my first love, I tell them music. Folded neatly in the form of father broke my heart at 6 when daddy became a disappearing act. He left me clinging to emptiness and unfulfilled promises like being his princess. He was my favorite person and I, his little girl, the most important part of my world. Perhaps forever was too long or it was too much. Maybe having a daughter and a son just wasn't enough. His absence left more than kids behind. It left feelings of rejection, 30 years of questions, and a hole so big nothing, not even food could fill it. 2. I remember the moment I realized that food, it wasn't just food. It was happiness, so much more. My invisible best friend with me through thick and thin, something nobody could touch or take away. Food, my secret escape. Filled me with joy, ease my pain, let me stuff the loneliness, hurt, abandonment, and all the other things I didn't have words for deep, deep down inside until I no longer felt empty. I felt numb. 3. When you're fat, you're fair game, a walking target on display for the world to poke fun of, judge, criticize, blame. Rub your nose in the fact that you're not like them, you're different. You're wrong if you're not constantly trying to change or be thin. Break down your body, creating a broken spirit. Everyone, even children, laugh in my face, taking me back to the days I was ostracized, rejected, lectured for being lazy, called fat, reduced to nothing more than weight. 4. Sometimes being fat fucking sucks. 5. For every seatbelt that won't strap, pair of pants that doesn't fit, under bathroom stall that's too small, time I wish my group chose a table instead of a booth. For each day I have to negotiate space, what I eat, how I exercise, or what health means to me. I realize that weight will always be my issue. 6. He stole my heart in springtime, broke it by fall, walked away from our future, ended today, closed the door on our tomorrows. Guess he didn't want me enough, or our love wasn't strong enough, magic enough to weather the storm. He, crescent to my stars, I, rhythm to his blues, perfect. He was the greatest love I had ever known, and he adored me. But his mother said, that girl's too much, not good enough for my son. So he left me heartbroken. 7. He said, if you want to be with a man, you have to learn how to cook, clean, and know when to stop talking. Aunt Jemima, the Pine Saw Woman, and Helen Keller all wrote into one. And he is not alone. Paintings of femininity formed from false ideas of womanhood, females who don't even exist, are plastered on bedroom walls so little girls know how to walk, talk, follow, act like good little girls so they are chosen, good enough to marry. Be virtuous, learn to be obedient, serve your man, give him pleasure, even if it means abandoning your own. Be enough, unless you're like me, living on the outside, unwilling to submit to bondage or servitude, not cooking enough, loving sex too much, no interest in baking, cleaning, or silence. No good little girl here, not woman enough to become wife. 8. Southwest Airlines hates my body. Whenever I fly with them, there seems to be a problem with my size. Seems they regard my frame as an abomination that calls for disrespect and judgment. They persecute me for not fitting perfectly in their seats. My body bumps up against capitalism, pushes against facts like profit over people who are stuck in chairs like cargo, sardines wedged into economy. Too much of me, not enough space. No leg room, no hip room, no space to breathe or be too much. Not enough money in making room for the individual. 100 million served, one size fits all. Unless you're not the right size, short enough, small enough for this ride, too much, you're too much. So bring enough to ride first class, bring enough cash for all that extra ass, because we're selling space by the feet, and honey, you are going to need an extra seat. 9. Welcome to the big top, the spot where we cop self-esteem from lost souls, make them sell their souls, and then turn them out. Make them remake themselves until they are unrecognizable. We create false value, sell the impossible in a plan for you to live up to, make you tightrope walk for dignity. Try to stuff yourself in a shot glass. Does that fit? If not, turn tricks. Please us by craving assimilation. Our ideal, a contortionist, twisting and turning, folding yourself into knots. Tweak God's perfection. Play the clown, be my joke. Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey, where normal is the flavor of the day. Cirque du Soleil yourself into pieces, fractions, small enough to fit in jars. Turn illusionist. Circus Vargas, excellence? Ha! Expert imitation. Become insane, searching for enough in all the wrong places. Shapeshift until you wind up not being much of anything at all. 10. The weight loss industry in a supersized society is a comedy of errors, a cosmic prank meant to keep us confused. Here's the joke. Capitalism sits around feeding on our decisions. Bigger, better, greater, more. Supersize it for me. Supersize everything. Serve us media stuffed with a conversation between the three stooges. McDonald's, Weight Watchers, Bally's, Burger King, Jenny Craig, and information sessions for Tybo. While you suck the life out of food, alter it, pump it full of hormones, preservatives, high fructose corn syrup, mass produce what we eat in such a way that it boosts corporate wealth, but it compromises my health, increases capital, but neglects nourishment, knowingly feed us large amounts of bullshit. Then when we become too large on that same crap you shove down our throats for a healthy profit, blame us for not having enough self-control, shame us, pimp our desires for acceptance, take advantage of our emptiness, sell us a new us, get thin quick schemes, make us hate ourselves so much that we forget enough is enough. Thank you. That is it.
Wow, thank you, Kharyshi.
Wow,
I
that
love
was so awesome. I love how you touched on invisible, visible themes in multiple different subject matter, actually. So there was size,
Mm-hmm.
like human body size, being so visible you're a target, and also yet invisible somehow, or your experience is invisible, and your humanity might be treated as though it's invisible. But also in food, the visible, like, and sensible taste, flavor of processed foods, but the invisible processing and ingredients that are questionable that goes into them as well.
Even
Thank
vegetables, like the way that, one of the things that I've been learning as I deal with my own health journey is that even foods that you think are safe aren't safe largely because of how they're processed.
And lastly, I just want to know if there's anything we can do to support your show, or if you want to say a few words about your upcoming show for us.
Um, Not, I would say, I think my socials are copied. Just follow me. I deal with a lot of content in my Instagram page, and as I near the date for my show, I'll be posting it. So just follow, support, pass it along. And I think mostly more than anything, I encourage people to have these conversations, right? And it's easy to focus, and I try to play with it in a way so that you're not solely focusing on my weight because everybody, I mean, like these themes touch everybody, right? Like literally when you get on an airplane, Delta Plus is like what normal seats used to be, right? Like it just keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And like who are the people in your life, right? Like are we sizes? Like are you actively practicing sizes? How are you when you see somebody that whose body looks different than yours? What are your embedded assumptions and things like so I encourage people to like be doing their own thinking about it, how it applies to their life and the people all around them, and then what how can you and the little bit of power you have start to dismantle some of those things.
Thank you so much, Kharyshi.
Thank you, everybody. Can't wait to see everybody's work.
Yeah, thank you, Kharyshi, so much. I think that reminder that is good for all of us that we are enough, like all of us. So thank you. I would like to bring up both Roxi and Damian right now. Where are they? There we go. And there we go. Hi, friends. Thank you so much for joining us today. I think we've got a really great discussion on the importance of myth. And I think that as we are making the invisible visible, myth, I think is such an important part of that. So let me introduce it to you. Damian Madray is the design thinker and experiential creative supporting the integrity and development of the experience economy. And many of you have seen Roxi, know Roxi. We love Roxi. She is the ecosystem director of the DSS and CEO of Heb Ritual, and is a regenerative artivist, protopian futurist, ontological designer, and cultural producer, creatively catalyzing the regeneration of our planet and culture. Thank you both. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Bliss. And for those of you who don't know, Bliss is our community manager and one of the leads of the Design Science Studio in terms of our stewards. So lucky to have Bliss wrangling and supporting and uplifting so many creatives across the studio. I am so excited for this conversation. How are you doing, Damian?
How are you? Thanks for having me.
What'd you say?
Thanks for having me. I'm doing well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yep. Yeah, I'm delighted. And of course, oh, thank you. My partner just brought me a delicious cacao beverage. Well, this is great. I feel like we get to have like a little mini fireside chat. I wanted to kind of frame this conversation up because today Damian and I are going to talk about myth and the importance of it. And Damian, we were having a conversation. So for context, everyone, Damian is one of my very best friends in the world. He's also one of the advisors of the Design Science Studio and has been supporting the development of the Design Science Studio since the very beginning, and is actively contributing to its evolution, and is one of my favorite experienced designers in the world, and thinkers and designers and creatives in the world. And so Damian was telling me that he's been like going deep recently on myth. And we talk a lot about like new stories for cultural change in the studio. And I just wanted to see like, what would it look like to have a conversation to talk about what you've been learning? So let's start there. Like, tell me, what have you been learning about myth, like the fullness of it?
Yeah, so for context, I want to frame this a little bit because this is, as Roxy mentioned, I've been investigating, inquiring, and learning a lot about myth. And I've been engaging with myth even before understanding what it is. And so for the last year, I've been in a sort of like deep dive. And so this is Roxy presented this as an opportunity to no presentation, just kind of like see what has been settling into my body and speaking from there. I might quote some people and pull up some notes, but generally that's where I'm coming from. I'm open to questions and bouncing on anyone else's thought around myth. Totally invited. Um, so what have I been learning about the profundity of myth? So, you know, myth is like, to start out, is it's the language of our soul. And it's the original language of our soul. And it's an ecological language that comes from the land. And so when we talk about myth, and we engage with myth, fundamentally what we're doing is we're in communion with the more than human world, because that is its way of connecting and relating to us. And so they started to like learn that and realize, like, you know, if myth is the language of their soul, then it makes me question, like, okay, what is soul and what is spirit? And so, you know, I came across like Michael Mead's work, and he just like articulates it beautifully. And this is why myth is important, because myth speaks to the soul as opposed to the spirit. And the difference between the soul and the spirit is the individual, and the soul is the collective. Soul is about like deepening, rooting, descending, right? And spirit is about like ascending and transcending. And both of these things are important, but what's more important than these two is the fact that we as humans are meant to be in between. Our role is to be pulled by both soul and spirit. And myth does a really beautiful way of doing that. And so what's interesting about myth is like, myth is in ancient Greece, myth was essentially logos and myth. And what the Greeks are really good at doing is they were really good at being in the between, both logic and both mythos. Greeks was really good at being in the middle there. And so in our Western world, we tend to like lean into logos, which is logic. But being in between, you know, for example, the Greeks had mysteries. For example, the Eleusinian mysteries. Pre-Christianity, 3,000 people would be going to the Eleusinian mysteries to engage in myth, right? And so the Greeks was really good about celebrating both the logic and both the mythos. And I think part of like where we are in society is we want to like lean into myth and into mythos, right? And the other aspect of myth is that there's myth and then there's mythological, right? And mythological is kind of like saying myth has its own logic, right? Because myth in some ways is a series of lies that tells the truth, whereas we live in society where it's a series of facts that tells the untruth, right? Or at least it doesn't give us meaning. And so what myth is really meant to do is give meaning to our lives. And so I think we're in this place where we want to like lean back into understanding and engaging and relating to the myth. just going to pause there to see if Roxy has any questions or thoughts. Otherwise, I'll just like keep going.
Yeah. No, I mean, I love this. Like you touched on the language of our soul and our communion with the more than human world and this difference between our soul and our spirit and like this transcendent opportunity that comes from the past. And I think like as you start to talk about the Greeks and you know, part of the root of the word, I start to also think about like myth as a part of the fabric of all native peoples and all indigenous cultures. And so as you're talking about like the root and the source of it, I wonder if you want to like touch a little bit on that because it kind of builds the bridge between what you started with when you're talking about the more than human world and native and indigenous peoples who have been in relationship with myth and story and like living in communion with the more than human world much more than we do in modernity. So maybe you can build that bridge and then after I think maybe we can talk about the role of imagination.
Well, the thing is like pre-Christianity, every culture really was in engagement with myth across the world, with every different continent. And this is how we know it is a universal truth, whether it's in the South or whether it's in Australia. Like, for example, the Aboriginals of Australia have a cosmology that is referred to as dream time. And in their cosmology, their ancestors were this sort of like they're like the world shapers, the dreaming land, right? And so they have the cosmology of their ancestors moving across the earth, dreaming it, becoming it, right? This is sort of like their creation myth. And then those ancestors would like stop at like very specific places and they would become the land. They would become like a lake or to become a mountain. And so research shows that like according to their cosmology, every one of their ancestors where they stopped and become part of the dreaming land, those were very strategic locations for lookouts or for water. And so in their mythology, the land is speaking to them in terms of how to survive and how to relate. Because fundamentally, what myth is doing, it's the more than human world giving us ways of how to relate to the world. And so the fact that so indigenous wisdom being so deeply rooted in oral stories, oral traditions, and mythology, this is why, statistically speaking, indigenous people are so well adept to relating to the more than human world, because it's not like they're just like coming up with it. They're being given how to be in relation to the land. And so indigenous is like, yes, there's the Aboriginals, and then you go to, the Amazon, and every culture and their indigenous people have myth, right? You go to Nigeria and you talk about like the Orishas, right? The Orishas are all cosmic natural forces, right? And so that's the other thing about myth, is that there's what happens is that it becomes a personification or anthropomorphizing. The Greeks pre-Christianity, the Greek myth, for example, all of the gods are essentially cosmic forces when you look into it. And so the thing is like looking at myth pre-Christianity, because something happened post-Christianity, which is a whole other conversation we won't get into. But there's something I want to read about myth, and this is from Martin Shaw, who is a mythologist, which prior to my research, I didn't even know mythologists existed. I didn't know what that was, but he's a mythologist. And so here's what he says about a myth. I'm just gonna read his quote here. Every myth begins with the day everything changes. Every myth sets us on a journey. The earth itself thinks in myth. There's an aliveness in it. It speaks across species, a form of ecological communication that invites us into the unknown forest. To undertake a perilous journey requires courage and service to something bigger than us. Stories that place only ourselves at the center are doomed to fail. In myth, our souls can fall deeper. Myths tenderize us to make different decisions about how we live. I'm going to read that last part. Myths tenderize us to make different decisions about how we live. And so clearly we have a challenge in how we live in relation to our world, our more than human world. And so that's why I think there's an importance for us to lean into myth and become like mythic thinkers and not just logical thinkers. Again, one other thing that this was a really interesting learning for me. We get confused with like myth and story, and sometimes they're used interchangeably, which they can, because myth gives stories. But what's the difference between the two? I think for me, in what was important to me realizing is that, to what Martin Shaw said, myth, there's an aliveness to myth. Myth is adaptable, right? So as the land changes and as time passes, myth doesn't remain stagnant or static. It adapts and it changes. And it also changed to you as an individual and how you are relating to it, right? And so there's that aliveness in myth, whereas in story, it doesn't do any of that, right? And largely what has happened is like, the minute you take a myth and you write it down, right? There's a tension there. There's almost a violence, because what you're doing is you're removing the myth from its place. So myth is place oriented, it's local, right? And so the minute you sort of like pull it out from its place, it loses its aliveness, right? And it becomes static. And so you're no longer relating to it as myth because it's lost that aliveness. And the reason that when you relate to myth and it has aliveness is because you're relating to it in context to the land, right? And so when we talk about that, we talk about like you're participating through your senses. And this is the other thing that we can, get into when it comes to like myth. It's a very sensorial, imaginative experience, right? And myth are typically, which is why we see in indigenous culture, there's a deep belief in oral traditions, oral storytelling. And that's because that oral aspect of it is what keeps the myth alive, because it's in relation to place. So I think that's something that was like deeply important for me to learn the difference between the two. Not that you can't like interchange the story and myth, you can, but having that understanding of the difference, I think, is really important.
You started talking about imagination there at the end, and I wonder if you want to share a little bit more about the role as artists and creatives and the potential that we have as myth makers and what that does and what that can do for the collective imagination as we're trying to make visible the patterns that have been embedded into a lot of modern society that we're trying to detangle and separate that. But while recognizing we are entangled, we are interdependent, and that piece that is actually always present, and the role that like myth can have, and the way that we can take that on, I think, as creative people and modern myth makers, and the potential that you see that having for the radical imagination.
Yeah, myth and imagination go hand in hand. The result or the outcome of myth when relating to it is the imagination. And so I think like, and taking a step back, it's like I like to ask myself, like, what is imagination? And so that's something that I've also like started to dive into deeply, and learn that we really don't understand the imagination all that too well. The deepest sort of like inquiry around it has been from philosophers. But what I've gathered so far is like imagination, very much like it's its own sort of like faculty. It's its own like sort of place that you can access, and the way that you access it is through imagery and symbology. Which, funny enough, imagery and symbology is what you found, which is what you would find in nature. That is what myth evokes. It evokes symbols, and imagery, and symbology and archetypes, right? And these are the things and the ways in terms of like how you access the imagination, and where the imagination really lives. It lives between the sensory aspect, so like our ability to take in information through our senses, and knowledge or abstract knowledge or logic, right? And so we have logic, and we have our sensory perception, and then we have imagination that lives in between those two, and it's accessible. And so the way we access it is through imagery, symbols, archetypes, and myth. When you engage with it and when you relate to it, is one of the ways. It's one of the profound ways that you can access the imagination. Now, I've been thinking about it, like why is it important to access the imagination through myth, right? It's not to say that humans cannot access imagination any way where else. We clearly are good at accessing our imagination. But what's interesting about accessing the imagination through myth is that we're rooting the imagination into ecology. We're rooting it into the modern human world, considering the fact that myth is the language of ecology, a language of the dreaming earth, so to speak. And so I think that's a beautiful place to, in the times that we live right now, that's what we need. We need to root the imagination into ecology, which is a form of decolonizing the imagination, because currently we live in a space where our imagination has been decolonized. It's been decolonized by all the isms. It's been colonized by all the isms, but most importantly, it's actually been colonized by technology, right? And so all of our imagination is wrapped up in and rooted in technology. And so when we say, oh, we want to imagine a different future and a different world, we have to think about the come from with the imagination. Where is it rooted? And as long as it's rooted in technology, as long as it's rooted into the systems that we've created, we will continue to be in a cycle that isn't going to really bring about change. So yeah, I think like in terms of like myth and imagination, the other part of like just to like go deeper, there's kind of like layers to myth, right? There's like myth, and I kind of have it as like myth and soul, and we talk about spirit and soul, and then the myth and imagination, and how through myth you can access the imagination. And so one of the ways to engage with myth is through ritual. So let's double tap on ritual a little bit, because typically, I tend to define modernity as a watering down of all the ancient technologies that our ancestors discovered. And so ritual is no different. It's like ritual, we have our definitions of ritual. It's like repetitive. It's like maybe it's a thing that you do every morning, like your coffee. That's great. But let's go deeper into that. And my favorite definition and my favorite understanding that I love about ritual is that it's a reenactment of a myth that is meant to reach the subconscious in a profound way. And so to think about it in modern terms, technology is the application of science. Ritual is the application of myth. But myth and ritual go together, and they go hand in hand. And so one of the beautiful things is like when you look at like the Eleusinian mysteries, for example, or the Dionysian mysteries, or any mysteries pre-Christianity that existed, a lot of these mysteries was really about like reenacting a myth, right, through ritual. And in that way, there's a different relating, and there's a different sort of like unlocking in terms of the information that you're getting from the myth. Because the beautiful thing about myth is sort of like it's encoded with information that is meant for you. So the information that you get from it when you engage with it is going to be different from the information that I get, because we have different experiences and we're in a different place. And that goes back to the aliveness of myth, right? It's not static. It's not meant to be like, oh, you and I read the thing and we get the same takeaway. That's a story, right? Story wants you and I to get maybe the same takeaway in most cases. But myth is like, how does it unlock meaning that is specific and unique to you? And so I found that I've been learning the role that ritual plays in myth. So we can engage with it verbally in its own way, but we can also like attempt to reenact it in our own space as a ritual. And ritual fundamentally is about like attention, right? It's like, just like simplify what a ritual is like bringing your awareness and your attention to exactly and precisely what you're doing. So I can make every morning, I can make setting up my workspace a ritual. I can make my coffee can become a ritual. But then attention right? And that intention, and applying and sort of like applying it to a myth, and then moving your body and your consciousness through that myth is a deeper way of engaging with rituals. And so that's another key thing that I've been learning.
Oh, so much. I wish we had 2 hours to talk about this. We probably should. I wanted to, just because we're right at the edge of time, curious if you maybe could share a few of your like top recommendations since you've been going so deep. Like, who are some folks that people should like check out? What are some of like your best podcasts or resources for people who want to like dig deeper and implement some of this stuff in their
Yeah.
creative?
So Sophie Strand, really a lot of her work, I came across years ago, and I really love what she was doing with story and ecology. And so she has this beautiful thing of rewilding mythology. And so I think she's one person. Flowering Wand is a really great, like, quick stop into to getting off into that. And so really beautiful work. I think the other that I would recommend is Martin Shaw, whose piece that I read earlier. His work is really beautiful in his thinking. I mean, Martin Shaw is someone who's like literally doing the work. This is someone who like lives in with the land, and he takes people through. He does this program where he takes you on this like learning journey of myth by relating to the land and being in wilderness. So it's really cool. And then there's Michael Meade, who almost like just like everything that he says is just on point. It like you listen to him and it just like resonates with you. So he's been really great. And then a lot of like David Abrams' take on myth, which is very much like research oriented and a bit more like logical, but gives you a really good sense of the role myth has played, especially in through his research with indigenous cultures. So those are like the 4 that comes to mind. If anyone has anyone else, I'd love to check them out.
Yeah, it looks like there's some good stuff coming into the chat. I know we're over time, but I just wanted to kind of thank you for this whole theme today is about making the invisible visible and taking the time to make visible some of those threads of where myth comes from, the stories we make, how those are separate, the soul, the spirit, and our role in like decolonizing the collective imagination and our own in relationship to intention and practice, and continuing that aliveness in our oral storytelling and that relational kind of fabric of everything in the universe is relational. And if we're intending to have a regenerative future and a regenerative present, we need to really understand and be in relationship with each other and with all of life, and the role that myth can play in that as we're helping steward these transitions is just so important. So thank you, Damian. This is amazing.
Yeah, you're welcome. And one last thing to just like leave here with on myth. Hopefully through this discussion we've gained some sort of like idea that the role and the importance myth play, especially in terms of like how we're trying to solve these existential challenges that we have. Interesting word to use. But one of the things with myth, right, and this comes from Michael Meade and also from Sophie Strand, is there tends to be a desire to create new, right? Like new myths, new stories, new narratives. And there's definitely value in that. But everything in life is about balance, right? And the balance that and we need to be mindful and careful about throwing ourselves entirely into newness. I think we want to like balance also with like looking at the myths of the past, right? And take this approach that Sophie Strand has, which is a kind of like reinterpretation of it in modern times. Because going back to what was mentioned about the aliveness of myth, not because it's from like 50 years ago or 100 years ago or whenever, or you don't even know when, but not because it's from the past, I mean, it doesn't apply to the present. It actually very much does apply to the present. And so spending time and energy to reinterpret is a good idea.
And I think that's the intention, right? Is that as they continue and we continue those practices into modernity, it's not that we're into our modern myth making practices and story like sharing, there's an opportunity to continue those lineages. And if they're in, like, from everything that you've said, if they're meant to continue to be relational, they're also meant to be evolutionary. And so, like, what does it look like to be in ritual practice with evolving those myths as we're moving forward? And I think it's no coincidence that we have this conversation on Easter Sunday. Fascinating. Yeah, so conversation.
Good thing I didn't get into my critiques on Christianity.
You know, there's interesting roots there to detangle. But he's a good dude, seems like. It just got a little weird in the dogma.
Yeah, Christianity started with mythology. It started with mythology. It's also like pre-Christianity. It was a mystery as well. So it came from good roots. Something just happened along the way.
Totally. I think most like spiritual traditions do. It's like the dogmatic practice that starts to get a little bit confusing. So
Cool.
that's a whole other conversation for another day. But thank you, Damian. Much love and respect to all people and all of their beliefs out there. Just interesting to think about the ways that myths and stories change us and our role in helping that evolutionary process continue.
Thank you so much for having me and making this conversational, which is much easier for me. Thank you.
Totally.
Yeah, thank you, Roxi. Thank you, Damian. I really appreciate what you said about the that myth and ritual being a reenactment of myth meant to reach the subconscious in a profound way. And for me, that was learning hoop dance. My hula hoop instructor teaches through myth as a way to move the body. So it's just a very, very interesting way. I can share his information. Hoop path. It was a profound movement and a way to heal the body through movement and myth. It was incredibly profound. So that's kind of what came up to me listening to you speak. And thank you, Roxi, for leading this discussion. It's such an important one, especially as we as all of the cohort members move into thinking about Regenera Rising, our next our launch week in May. So really good to get those little myth wheels rolling. So thank you so much. Let me bring up. And we've got Stacey coming up to introduce our next presenter.
Well, that was amazing. I absolutely love that, Damian. Thank you so much. I think that's a great introduction to everything that we talk about today. And I'm excited to introduce Gio, who is a very talented public artivist in Mexico. Gio Mantis is a Mexican artist and activist who specializes in large-scale productions that drive awareness and catalyze environmental action. She is known for her innovative community empowerment initiatives, which have led to the adoption of cutting-edge sustainability practices in Vietnam, Morocco, Sri Lanka, and Mexico. Giovanna has the vision, experience, and connections necessary to bring the Somos Axolotl project to life in the most impactful way possible. And I love this project. So thank you, Gio.
Thank you, Stacey, for this introduction. Can you all hear me well?
Yes.
Hello, hello.
You sound great.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for this space, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all the effort of DSS to making this beautiful effort of bringing all these people together. So I want to share with you Somos Axolotl and talking about consciousness and talking about creating from consciousness. This is a project that we've been working for quite a bit of time now, and it we have poured our hearts into it, and has been created with a lot of passion and consciousness for the environment, and this is specific environment that I'm gonna share with you. So Somos Axolotl, I'm gonna start introducing who we are. I think that this is very important because it's also the why we're different in all the environmental projects. I think this is the DSS is a great space to explain how hard it is to, as an artist, to be able to create not only for expression, but also for making this world a better world. So Somos Axolotl, it's an environmental organization created by a collective of artists and environmentalists that was created by Matt Martinez, or Scum. He's a digital artist that went rapidly into the Web3, selling NFTs, and became #1 in the Solana cryptocurrency. And through his connection of trying to connect with his Mexican heritage, he wanted to help axolotls. And we connected through a friend, Ben Bon Wong, which some of you know, and we started this journey to protect, and in our minds at that moment, to save axolotls. I'll tell you a bit more about the axolotls, but first will introduce myself. They already introduced me, but I've been working on environmental projects for quite a bit of time through art and through different systems to create an impact in social and towns that would create a change of system in their behavior, to be able to change different practices as humans that we have in, like, as predator humans that we have. So I've been in the field for quite a bit of time, and then we've collaborated with Somos Axolotl, Santuario Ajolote, sorry, which is an organization, incredible organization, making a lot of efforts in the Xochimilco area in Mexico City to protect this beautiful species that I'll share a little bit more about. And kind of in the trenches, which doesn't like to be seen that much, we have Casson Trenner, which is an activist that has been on the field working for sea shepherds, working for different international organizations, trying to push huge changes in our system, and he's part of also the team, and we're just so grateful to have such a good team. And yeah, the axolotl, I've shared in previous presentations what the axolotl is. This is an incredible animal that it's known internationally at this point, but not a lot of people know actually that this species, or this subspecies, the axolotl Avistoma mexicano, this specific type of axolotl, it's from Mexico, and it's an endemic from the lakes of Xochimilco in Mexico City. This animal has incredible regenerative powers, and it has a lot of cultural power in the region, and also internationally, like in places like Japan, has become a symbolic animal for the culture. So bringing this attention to the axolotl, it's one of our main objectives, to bring the international attention to Xochimilco, which is the area where we're working at. The axolotl is studied in different pharmaceuticals and different science labs because of its generative powers, and it's an incredible animal that can actually regenerate almost its entire body, its heart to a certain percentage, its spinal cord, its brain. It has the potential to also in a healthier environment to also regenerate the environment. And it's a huge importance in the Aztec in the Mexican culture. Its population has declined terribly. We now have seen that there's, in the last census, there's actually zero, like literally zero, axolotl on the river of Xochimilco. 99% of the species are actually in labs and as pets, but actually, yeah, I think at this point we're looking at 100%. So Xochimilco, it's Valley of Mexico used to be all water, and if you're familiar with the ancient Aztecs and the ancient Tenochtitlan, was just rivers. The entire Mexico City was just rivers with floating islands called chinampas. These rivers at this moment, they've been highly polluted thanks to the the lack of help from the government to create water treatment plants, and the pollution that has been dumped through the new buildings that have been created, because these buildings are built on the chinampas, which are actually floating islands. They don't have proper sewage. So the entire sewage goes straight to the lake. This obviously has been the number one reason why axolotls aren't there. So going back to our mission, and as artists, we came with the idea to Xochimilco that through art we could save some axolotls. And obviously, little by little, we saw that this objective was not really realistic, that we needed to save Xochimilco itself. We needed to save the entire ecosystem.
Theo,
And yes.
did you want to show slides?
Can you see my slides?
You don't have them up.
So you can see my presentation?
I don't think you turned it on.
Oh, great. I think I've been showing this entire thing just for myself.
It looks great.
Right.
I just wanted to make sure that we could see it. Perfect. Okay.
Can you see it now?
It looks like it's coming up. There we go.
Oh, great.
Perfect.
All right. So I'll just show you a few images that we lost here. This is the axolotl right here, if you're not familiar with it. It's a very interesting creature. The population decline, and just some of the problems that I was raising of the pollution in the Valley of Mexico, in the Xochimilco canals. So Xochimilco, it's, as I said, is the remaining piece of ancient civilization of the Antigua Tenochtitlan, of the ancient Tenochtitlan. So for us Mexicans, it has a huge cultural importance. The axolotl is also a symbol for some of our gods, for the god of regeneration and animals. And it not only has a cultural importance, but it also has a huge environmental importance. Thanks to Xochimilco, thanks to the entire lacustric system of lakes, the Mexico City can be 2 degrees, so 35.6 Fahrenheit degrees lower on its temperature. If Xochimilco doesn't exist, basically the entire city lacks of water supply, and it would go 2 degrees in temperature up. It also, it's the home for a lot of North American birds that come and migrate during winter. And we're facing a huge water problem in Mexico City at the moment. sorry, it's right here, Mexico City. The system that supplies water in Mexico for 30% of its population, it's drying up, and we are in a dry season, historically the lowest. And so we're facing a bit of a crisis in this area. So it's even more important to bring these topics, because we're talking about a city of 28 million people. Also, Xochimilco, it's the home for a lot of endemic legumes, fruits, and vegetables, like the corn chinampero, the chinampero corn, and the chile chicuarote. So you have a picture of Xochimilco now. What we're trying to do, Somos Axolotl, is basically trying to create a system that is not only bringing art, but it has a whole structure, an economical structure and a system structure. So we created at this first edition 11 sculptures that are going to be placed all around different important points where there's already organizations creating a difference in Xochimilco, where people are going to be able to, tourists are going to be able to come and see. But it's not just sculpture. So what we're trying to do is that through the art and through this engagement, we're going to bring people to those places that are already creating huge efforts. At the same time, we will be creating an embarcadero verde, which is a sustainable pier that will create a different way of tourism in the area. So Xochimilco receives around 2 million people a year of visitors. So we're talking about a huge amount of people that come and party, and they're in the lake having a good time, enjoying the little bit of nature that is in this immense city. But what we're trying to do is that we can bring the attention of what it really is, Xochimilco, what really is the home of the axolotls. So we've created this corridor, an artistic corridor that would bring light to some of the environmental issues, that would bring light to some of the efforts that are already made. And through this project, the expo sculptures of Xochimilco, we have achieved to create a huge bond with the community. Things we have achieved to we have created a link with the embarcadero, with the pier, and made a change within this year, change that some organizations have been trying to do for 8-10 years. Through this sculpture system, they have opened up to sign a contract to change all their boat system to an environmental sustainable way without motors and gas motors. They've agreed to create this sustainable tour system that would also lead to our next goal that we're in the process of getting right now, which is a system of donation through a tech layer that will be through an interaction of the people with a sculpture, and it would allow people not just to be informed, but also to, with a very, very, very simple system, be able to donate and participate on the environmental efforts that Xochimilco is doing. So basically, you'll get into your trajinera, into your boat, you'll see one of these sculptures, you'll interact with it with a very fun software of animation, and then you'll be able to, with one click, donate 1 peso if you want, $1 if you want. So if you multiply with, hopefully, let's say 10% of the 2 million people that actually go to this these lakes, we're talking about a substantial number of people that can actually help these organizations be able to continue with their efforts and create a sustainable circular donation automated system. So all this is happening as we speak. This is we just launched the let's say we unveiled the sculptures this last weekend, and we're just very excited because I think one of the most important things of any type of sustainable effort is to create this bonding with a community. To not be just, even though I'm Mexican, I'm an outsider from the community of Xochimilco. So it was highly important for us to be able to create that bonding with them and create these efforts together. So this is some of our goals that I already shared with you. Create the sustainable pier, which is already in the writing of a contract. And also one of our objectives for the next few months is to be able to push the government to create a water treatment plant in the two main dumping areas. Which it won't be an easy task. It will be definitely a hard one, but I think that through international effort, we will be able to, through international pressure, we will be able to achieve this. And I think I'm running out of time, but just want to close with just how excited we are to share this to the world, to be able to bring this system potentially to other areas and other places that need a shift on sustainable tourism. This tech layer, we're aiming to be able to tropicalize it to other countries and be able to put it in a system that through art and through environmental tourism, we're able to make a sustainable change. And thank you so much for the space. Thank you so much for all your effort to putting all this together, DSS.
Wow, what an amazing project. I love the combination of art, activism, and environmental awareness, and really channeling in and connecting with what is important to that land. Is these are cute little lizards, and also the colors of that artwork. Wow, and yeah, that's an amazing project. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you, Eve.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
So next up, sorry, give me 1 second, my friends.
Yay, it's me.
Yeah, Roxi.
Hi. Yeah, I also just want to thank you, Gio. So incredible to see how far this has come and the real opportunity to weave the I've been on one of those boats. Like I have partied on that river. And I'm so excited for these art pieces to be a part of that journey because it's such a colorful celebration of life and like connection with the land. And it seems like such an easy and natural way to like weave together that like shared experience and creativity with like care. And you're like, great, I get to party with a purpose. I get to like support the ecosystem. It's just really beautiful. Thank you for all that you're doing for the little our little regenerative. Like I feel like if we had a mascot, like a little regenerative mascot, that would be it. You know, you just
Exactly, the axolotl.
brain. Little axolotl, so cute. Well, thank you, Gio, and thank you, Eve, for all that you reflected. And now we get to bring back up Stacey, who not only has been one of our magical MCs, but is also one of the artists in the Design Science Studio and is going to share about sentience and science. So Stacey Sude is a medicine maker, natural product developer, fire tender, and science storyteller, and practical ceremony weaver. And she is going to share about this concept of knowledge democracy that invites us to consider forms and processes of knowings across human cultures and species and consciousness and intelligence and knowledge. Anyways, I'll let Stacey take it away. Welcome, Stacey. Thank you for being here.
Hey, thank you, Roxy. So let me just make sure. Can you all hear me okay? And can you see my presentation?
Can hear you, can see. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. All right. So I just want to start off by mentioning I love how interwoven all of this work is from all of these different artists and creators. And I'm really grateful for that. And I'll just start by saying Della, who spoke yesterday about dream work and presented some dreams from people in the cohort or some connections with their dreams. I was one of them. And that dream in question was a dream where I actually asked the daimon. Some of you may or may not know what that means, but I asked the daimon to show me something about my true vocation. And to explain briefly, the daimon is, I think, has many different associations, but one of them is with kind of a spirit or guardian that comes in with you in this life, and who sort of is a keeper of your purpose. So in that dream, I saw something like a Sasquatch or Bigfoot, which for me symbolizes like kind of the missing link or the reconnection with the more than human world, with the rest of the living world. So with that as a preface, I've been really just mostly dreaming into and imagining into how we reconnect. So that's a little bit of an introduction. I'll go into the slides now. So sense, sentience, and science. Let's see. What is science and scientific observation? Subjective perspective, the observer is included, and the objective perspective, which has been prioritized, I would say, in Eurocentric thought, especially around the sciences, the observer is excluded as much as possible. I thought we could do a little etymological dive. So the origins of the word science, there's a few different suggested origins. So one of them is from mid-14th century. It's the state or fact of knowing what is known or knowledge. From Latin, scientia, knowledge, a knowing, expertness. And then it goes on to say of sire. Sire is a present participle of to know. And the Latin verb probably is to separate one thing from another, to distinguish, or else to incise. So right here in this etymological history, we see that knowledge is about separation, potentially. All right, so then sentience, the etymology of sentience. People often ask, which species are sentient? Are all other species sentient? It's a question, right? It's a question in consciousness and biology. So exploring the origins of the word sentience, we have from 1817, faculty of sense, sentient character or state, feeling, consciousness is mentioned. And then we have, let's see, from late 14th century, meaning, signification, interpretation. So as we go back in time, it's not just sensing and feeling, but it's actually creating meaning. All right, and then a little bit more about the history. I'm sure many of you know Descartes, the French philosopher from the mid-18th century. So his thesis of mind-body dualism was extremely impactful in the Industrial Revolution that followed. And his mind-body dualism also justified separating animals and the rest of the living world as the body, or as only matter, and the mind as unique to humans and something separate from matter. David Hume, I did a whole course on David Hume, Scottish philosopher. I guess we're in the European realm because that's what I, came up with. That's what my education was, like many of us in the American culture. So for David Hume, reason and understanding included the passions and instinct. So the passions being like emotions and feeling. Who or what is a scientist? A lot of us in the dominant American culture, we think of these guys. So Einstein is here and a bunch of other prestigious academic men, white men. But actually, the origin of the word scientist is from circa 1834, and it was given to a woman. So before that, the phrase was man of science, but William Wellwell needed a term to describe Mary Somerville, who was a polymath known for integrating vast, distinct fields of knowledge together. And he also felt he needed a word that would capture the peculiar visionary capacity of the female mind, which is fascinating, right? And the word was analogous to artist for him. And then just bringing in some awareness of indigenous knowledge and science, because we are talking about knowledge democracy. So Skokomish leader Bruce Miller, or Sude, was very steeped in forced cooperation knowledge through his culture. He and the Tuaduk and Southern Coast Salish peoples knew about cooperation between mycelial networks, trees, and salmon for generations before his knowledge, his culture's body of knowledge informed Suzanne Simard, who collaborated with him. And they're friends. I mean, he's passed on now, but basically she's the one who published a pivotal paper in Nature that was all about the Wood Wide Web. And it was very much criticized and diminished because it was all about cooperation. And at the time, the paradigm was competition. Obviously, indigenous cultures have their own scientific systems. So science is to know or separate. Sentience is to sense or feel. And we have a portmanteau, scientience or scientience, to know by one's capacity to sense and feel. And these are AI images made by my collaborator, Bobby Fishkin. So these are scientist giraffes. And just to think about how giving credit to other species for our knowledge. Who discovered that medicinal herb for pain, dysentery, or lactation? It might have been an animal or a culture of animals, of a culture of a particular species of animal. So there's many stories in multiple cultures of humans tracking animals to learn their medicinal knowledge. Metacognition and culture is not unique to humans. This is well established already, but just for those of you who don't know, and I'm just reading some headlines here for you from scientific journals, peer-reviewed scientific journals. Knowing ourselves together, the cultural origins of metacognition. So this abstract and this paper is about how our metacognition is connected to social relationships and culture. So how we use our cognition and how we come to know is connected to social relationships and culture. And it is for animals too. The burgeoning reach of animal culture. So before the mid-20th century, it was assumed that culture was only for humans. And you know how it takes the mainstream culture a while to catch up to the new science? Well, like we haven't really caught up with quantum science yet. We're still in the Newtonian science in a lot of ways, like the stick hits the ball science. Well, you know, it's a similar thing with animal minds and animal consciousness. So my question is, do we play a collaborative role in regenerating culture together with other species? Ecopsychology can be a trans-species psychology, or is a trans-species psychology. And since the Corvus genus was brought in by Irana, which with her beautiful animation yesterday, I decided to dive into Corvus genus and the crow, which is such a fabulous animal. By measuring brain activity in crows performing a visual task, the researchers found that on top of the crow's basic sensory experience, the birds have another layer of awareness. In the journal Science, the authors argue that these two layers of perception constitute a form of what humans call subjective experience. And crows perform yet another skill once thought distinctively human. They are capable of recursion, a key feature in grammar. And obviously, there's always like critiques of the science and people disagree. But so that's one intelligence I wanted to focus on. I also wanted to focus on just to like zoom out a bit and just really challenge us to shake up our preconceived notions about intelligence and who has it. Brainless slime molds redefine intelligence. So they're single-celled amoebae, and they can remember, make decisions, and anticipate change. So this is published in the journal Nature. And yeah, so that's a fascinating one. Actually, I want to mention here too, I don't have a slide for it, but rats are also extremely intelligent and also demonstrate empathy. And I name that because they are so often the victims, honestly, of the sciences in terms of animal studies and how they can be, well, you know, I'm sure many of you know how they can be, but they demonstrate empathy and other advanced traits, psychological traits and cognitive traits. So co-cognition, communication, and co-research even with other species. It could be a paradigmatic shift in epistemology or how we come to know. So co-cognition with animals, a most obvious example is the dog, right? We really collaborate with the dog cognitively because of their amazing sense of smell. They have more than 100 million sensory receptor sites in the nasal cavity compared to 6 million in people. And the area of the canine brain devoted to analyzing odors is about 40 times larger than the comparable part of the human brain. So dogs can smell anywhere from 1,000 to 10,000 times better than people. So just imagine what their conscious experience might be like. To understand what's at stake from an animal's perspective, we need to view the world through organisms' visual system. They see completely differently from us. So that's just a reminder about that. And this is actually, this is an article about how there's a camera now where you can, a digital camera where you can experience different animals' visual experience. All right, I know I'm running out of time, so I will wrap up as quickly as possible here. Co-cognition and communication demonstrated in traditional cultures. So honey guides in Tanzania and Mozambique. They're a species of African bird that leads their collaborators to the honey, including honey badgers and humans. This is a famous relationship. I really consider this a co-research relationship. Penny Patterson has been criticized, but that's out of the scope of this. And what Coco revealed to us through their relationship, because what is relational science? Through their relationship, Coco revealed so much to us about gorilla's experience, at least a gorilla who grew up with a human. So these are just some examples of what Coco taught us. But one that I thought was really powerful was that there was another male gorilla that was also being studied with Coco. And that gorilla was abducted as a baby when his mother was killed by poachers. I feel emotional thinking about it, but he used sign language to communicate this traumatic event like years later. So, and he cried while describing it. So, excuse me. This is another really interesting scientist, a biologist, ecologist, and professor of forest sciences. She also called herself a zoo psychologist. She had a raven companion. So we're bringing the corvus back again. And she was often thought of as a witch. I won't play this video, but this is fascinating work currently ongoing. A Northeastern University researcher, Jen Kunha, helped unlock new discoveries about what parrots, in this case, it's a cockatoo, are capable of. And this cockatoo can read basic words, draw 14 letters on a touchpad with her beak, and communicate a wide array of complex feelings and requests on her tablet. They had a whole study with multiple cockatoos who could choose which other cockatoo they wanted to hang out with on their tablet and like make a call. So it's just really fascinating. And I will play this for a moment. This is someone in the DSS community. This is Snow Raven, and this demonstrates learning non-human animal languages and expressing them ourselves.
For some reason we can't hear the audio. Oh, it's happening. It's happening.
I think it's low.
It's coming.
Yeah, I'm going to stop there because I know that I'm over time, but I'm just going to show you one or two more slides. This is an image of Angela Davis, who, influenced by her deeper understanding of the intersectionality of struggles and oppressions, Davis believes that the exploitation of animals is intricately linked to the exploitation of humans, especially marginalized communities. So this is a sentient someone. Just showing these so you can reflect on this. I hope this is inspiring for you. Again, rats demonstrate empathy. They will not choose food if that food triggers harm to another rat. Sentient someone. And I'm complete. Thank you so much. And I'm really sorry for going over time.
Thank you so much, Stacey. I really appreciate you reminding us that we are connected to animals and that animals do have a deeper sense of being. They've been here longer than we have. They have to survive. In order to survive, you have to be intelligent in some capacity. So thank you so much for making that connection. And I really enjoyed learning about the crow and Coco. I was a huge fan of Coco growing up. I don't know if you know about Bunny, the dog, on Instagram. Okay, I'll send it to you, but it's this amazing dog who has learned over like 90 different words and is communicating through the push of buttons and is actually like making long sentences and everything. So it's fascinating. Definitely, it's really good. You're muted, Boo.
I did hear about that, but I would love for you to send along.
Okay, I will. I absolutely will. But yeah, thank you so much. Really good presentation.
Yeah, and I want to just chime in because as we're here in the Design Science Studio, one of the things that I'm really excited about is like, how do we detangle or maybe re-entangle science and like decolonize it and really like expand what it actually means to use experimentation and hypothesizing to know without needing to necessarily continue this process of separation for knowing. There's a broader, more like relational context to science that I think most folks don't necessarily think about in modern sciences, but in indigenous sciences and native sciences, those things are true. There was a warm data session yesterday at Bioneers with Nora Bateson, and it was all focused on like this coming together and making sense together through conversation and through this more qualitative layer. And so by like sentient, like this whole other stacking of the way that we are in relationship and honoring the rest of life that is helping to innovate and, you know, and making that visible. This is so cool, Stacey. I'm so grateful for this session. It's so powerful. I look forward to more of this. And Wahinya from Kenya was going to go next, but he is having some technical difficulties. So we're going to take a quick break and then we'll go on to Salem. So I want to just invite everyone. I'm going to play one of Wahinya's songs. So Wahinya, I'll just share a little bit about Wahinya in case Wahinya isn't able to join today. And while we listen to some of his music. So Wahinya Mwirikia, also goes by Riki, is a composer, poet, and sample developer driven by a deep passion for cultural innovation and regenerative practices. Wahinya was in cohort 2 of the Design Science Studio, and his project is called the Kikuyu Art Center. And so he writes that nestled in the heart of artistic preservation, the Kikuyu Art Center emerged in 2022 under the visionary guidance of Wahinya Mwirikia, facilitated by the Design Science Studio. The cultural oasis found further illumination through connections with Sunrise Studios Collective, which was led by cohort 1 member Hannah Apricot Ekberg with visionary from Design Science Studio, David Satori. And so Wahinya has been continuing this work of preservation of their cultural instruments and regenerative practices in Kenya through the Kikuyu Art Center. So we'll share some links about that in the chat, and we'll listen to some of that music while we take a little break. So just give yourselves a few moments to stretch, and we'll be back with Salem.
A bird dances as she flies beneath the blue skies, and the people down drums swing emotions. The air is filled with a sweet tune. My skin's mighty brown, my hair fluffy crown, smushed by the sun as the clouds move in motion, making shifts to match our emotions. We're children of the sun, so let us dance, the children of the sun. Chase the bus to see the sky high. Got to find the seas to feel the breeze. I hear the wind, it tells me things that I can't see, like where to build a nest that I can rest, like a bud perched on a low branch far with moss, grown over time like my loved one's name. I flew deep in with your emotions. Okay, hatiri undu tari gitumi inegene riagiriri gitwikare boro agari itwikare kujita githeka maithori ikikia thi wa mugeka mihuni yothe citibaka kamwe nĩ kambagio ira karĩ na dudu kana karĩ na mira ithaga rĩnene mũnogia ithaga rĩnene mũnogia kigo ithaga rĩnene mũnogia ithaga rĩnene mũnogia kigo ithaga rĩnene mũnogia kigo uthoni yoiwe harĩ imwe nĩ cia tũhũ gũtirĩ kwarĩ nini mahũri-inĩ mwĩri etuaga nyoko mũrĩo nĩ wĩrĩagĩra mwarĩ mwega hĩtũkagĩra thome wagĩa gũtirĩ mwenji wĩyetaga ng'enda thĩndĩagagaga mũtegi gũthekio ti kwendwo itarĩ rĩtarĩ ndundu rĩhũragwo na njũgũma ĩmwe ithaga rĩnene mũnogia ithaga rĩnene mũnogia kigo ithaga rĩnene mũnogia ithaga rĩnene mũnogia kigo itũikare kũnjĩta gĩtheka maithori aikiaikia thĩ wa mũgeka mĩhũni yothe citibaka kamwe nĩ kambagio ira karĩ na dudu kana karĩ na mira ithaga rĩnene mũnogia ithaga rĩnene mũnogia kigo ithaga rĩnene mũnogia ithaga rĩnene mũnogia kigo.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good little stretch. It was a big download this morning so far. So definitely follow Wahinya and Wahinya's project. And it's always such a pleasure to get to hear from Wahinya. So looking forward to more of that. But I'm actually going to now bring up Stacey, who is going to introduce our next artist. I'm so excited for this next session. So welcome back, Stacey. Hope you had a nice little break.
Okay, give me 1 second because I'm just coming back here. And let's see.
Well, while you pull that up, I will just say that that was really nice to have a moment after your session to just integrate. I feel like you shared so much history, so much context, so many new ideas. And yeah, it was just a really like beautiful gift to get to have some of that music and that like space to feel into it and let it percolate and spread its mycelial wisdom and sentience.
Scientience.
Science.
Scientience.
Science.
Scientience.
Sentience.
Okay, so we're bringing in Wahinya now. Oh no,
Um,
Salem. We're bringing in Salem.
yes.
Got it. Awesome. Awesome. Yes, Salem. Definitely an incredible polymath. I'm just speaking from my own experience of Salem. Really appreciate all your work and all you've generously shared with us. So Salem Jorden is an artist, creative technologist, and storyteller based in Chicago. Her work explored the intersections of human, artificial, and planetary intelligence. So without further ado, Salem, thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you for that intro. That's very sweet. I am going to share my screen. I've got a presentation to show you all today. So let's see. I'm just going to share my whole desktop. Great. All right, so my project that I'm presenting today is called the Planetary Revolution. So I'm going to start with the problem. And the problem is that according to the I.D.E.A Global Assessment Report on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, their report on biodiversity and ecosystem services indicated that around 1 million animal and plant species are threatened with extinction, many within decades, which is more than ever before in human history. The current state of the union is those unprecedented rates of species extinction and habitat loss poses a great threat to the intricate web of life upon which human survival depends. This demands urgent and collective action to preserve the planet's irreplaceable natural ecosystems. So this intervention started in February 2024. The Campaign for Nature partnered with the Design Science Studio to develop and prototype creative design interventions that address the collective goals for 2030. The collective goal was to increase public finance to 20 billion from countries comprising the global north to the global south to address the biodiversity and climate crisis via protection and conservation of 30% of land, freshwater, and oceans by 2030. And two, advancing the rights of Indigenous people and local communities as a means of achieving biodiversity conservation. And so that's how Planetary Revolution was born. Planetary Revolution is an artistic intervention seeking to craft the future through storytelling, guerrilla futures, and speculative design to direct public consciousness towards the biodiversity crisis. There's many components of this project, including art exhibitions, artifacts from the future, and a social media campaign. And I've included a quote here that I really love, which is that biodiversity is the life insurance policy for life itself. So the pillars and principles of this project are speculative design, guerrilla futures, and tactical media. Speculative design is a design practice that creates innovative concepts and experiences to explore and critique possible futures. Guerrilla futures is an approach that introduces these speculative elements into everyday scenarios in unexpected ways in order to provoke thought and debate about these future possibilities. And finally, tactical media is the use of media on a temporary hit-and-run basis to create new critical interventions within cultural, political, and social contexts. So for this project, I kind of combined all of those elements in order to help reach this collective goal that we have here. And whoops, a little too far. So I have here that the premise of foresight is that the future is still in the making and can be actively influenced or even created. So this approach is grounded in the principle that storytelling can significantly impact social change, which is a notion supported by research indicating that narratives are 22 times more memorable than facts alone. So through this fusion of technology and storytelling, this intervention aims to catalyze social change by inspiring a collective reevaluation of our relationship with the future and emphasizing our critical role in the lives of thousands of species and catalyzing the emotional need to protect them. So by framing nature not just as a resource or backdrop to human activity, but as the very essence of our origin and sustenance, this initiative seeks to deepen the emotional bond between individuals and the natural world. And so what you'll see here are some examples of artifacts from the future. And so this initiative is really focusing on creating artifacts in the form of speculative newspapers. So these are going to be strategically placed in news boxes across the global north and launched simultaneously to coincide with significant global events such as the COP conferences. The goal is to spark public imagination and debate about potential outcomes that are related to our planet's health and biodiversity. So by presenting vivid and tangible visions of future scenarios directly influenced by today's decisions, we aim to inspire citizens to exert pressure on their heads of state. So the ultimate objective is to advocate for substantial financial contributions towards mitigating the biodiversity crisis. So these newspapers will be printed out on recycled newsprint and just put into people's space so that they become curious and they pick it up and they read it. And it's this sort of like artifact that they aren't expecting it to be. And so I have here a post from Instagram along with a QR code for the flagship newspaper. I'll be accepting submissions of art and writing and sort of anything that people find interesting that is related to this crisis and believe would help to create that social impact. I know our community is full of people who really deeply care about this problem. And a lot of us participated in the hackathon and did like a lot of really cool work. So I'd like to kind of just put that into this artifact for the flagship. I think it could be really cool. And so the deadline for that isn't until May. And you can all find the project here at planetaryrev.com and on social media at planetaryrev. So yeah. And since there is a little bit more time left, I will actually show the website. So yeah, we've got the website here. This is like brand new. And so I had a lot of fun designing this as well with some of these like data visualizations that were actually prompted and filled in. And if you're on the website and wanted to get to that submission page, there is a button on the About page in case you don't have the QR code near you. So yeah, thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the project as well with the remaining time.
Hi, Salem.
Hi.
I'm so excited. I see a question from Bliss.
Oh,
Let's
great.
question.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
I was just curious, how do you envision the distribution of the newspaper? I see the deadline to submit is May, and thinking about Regeneration Rising coming up in May. How can we help support you get the newspaper out?
Absolutely. That's a great question. And thank you for asking. I think support really would just be in the form of content. I'm going to be printing them out at my makerspace and distributing them just via the mail to other places. I plan to also create a network in advance of the launch. So creating the network through other artists that live in countries in the global north so that they can also have these artifacts to put into whether it's news boxes or some other form of public news. And then there's some other things that we've thought about as well, perhaps trucks or just tables, but just something that draws attention in the public space.
Yeah, I love that. As someone that is nomadic full time, I would love to have a small stack in my RV and just kind of slide them into different places as we roam around. So let us know when I can start doing that.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. That would be really cool.
And I was gonna say a wheat pasting campaign in New York City would be cool as well.
Yeah.
They kind of just put those post no bills, but people post all the bills on the wheat paste. Yeah, I mean that would be cool too. But I also wanted to say that I heard a quote. I don't remember where the quote derives from, but it was people won't care about what they don't experience, and they won't protect what they don't care about. And it feels to me like when people see these headlines, that it'll be a way of experiencing that dystopian possibility. So I just wanted, and I also wanted to name how important this is with one powerful statistic that comes from World in Data. And that is that 96% of all mammal biomass, only mammals, but all mammals, including ocean mammals like huge whales and everything, 96% of mammal mass is humans and our livestock, and only 4% is wildlife. So just putting that out there as, more fire for your project.
Absolutely. It's a tragedy, and it's like you said, when you don't see it, it's hard to really care about it. But I was going to say it's a problem, but that's an understatement. So, and I definitely would love to partner with you. Your work is so resonant with this project and a lot of the things that I've been thinking about. So it's an honor to have been hosted by you. So
Thank you. Thank you, Salem. Feel the same
oh
way.
yes, let me share the QR code one more time as well.
And I know, Salem, you had originally intended to do a workshop about this, and I hope that we still get to schedule that, because I think a speculative design workshop to collectively start to create artifacts from the future would be quite fun.
Absolutely. Yeah. I definitely plan on doing that in the future. And perhaps with being able to just include more at like the local and like network level. Like I know we have our first DSS artifact now, so like having that be a case study and an example will be excellent. So I'm very excited. And yeah, thank you everyone for the time and for listening. And yeah.
And I think, yeah, there's Bliss. Okay, cool.
Yeah, thank you again. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of chatter in the chat about how we can all support you and help you through this project, but we're going to bring up, if we're all complete here, maybe Eve, can we have you stop the timer? Thank you. We'll go ahead and bring up Stefanie. Where are you, Stefanie?
I am here. Hi.
There you go. It's always the hunt through the gallery view. We're so excited to hear from you today. I think I saw a little sneak peek of some of the slides you're going to see, and it was beautiful at the end of the second cohort to see some of the light shining through all those bubbles. So I'm excited to have a little revisit of some of those images. So Stephanie's deep-rooted love for photography, video, and art is derived from her passion for nature. Assisting others in expanding their ways of seeing and sensing is an invitation to explore and perceive the world and perspectives in new ways that may not have been considered before. And with that, take it away.
Thank you. So, well, I'm going to talk about focus and wonder, and my work has been about focus and bringing the invisible visible. And as Stacey Sude just spoke of earlier about the observer and knowing, my learning has come from observation, as I didn't like learn in school the same way. And it's been about creating meaning with the observation that I've been doing from sensing and feeling. And it also reminds me of Buckminster Fuller, because, you know, Buckminster Fuller always speaks about how the box doesn't have integrity. And the way that he knew it was because he couldn't see or hear very well. And in that, he sensed and knew from nature that the inherent way that the rest of nature grew and the structure was not a box. So from there, you know, his study of nature really took off. And for me, when I found him, it also validated what I see and sense in the world. So I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to talk a little bit about my experience, because as I'm saying, I'm speaking about focus literally. When I came into the world, the way that my eyes worked, like they were out here, like fusing took a lot of energy and work to pull them in. So when babies come into the world, they don't have those muscles yet to pull them together, and that develops over time. And I think that like that's very much like the rods and the cones in our eyes. And tracking is very cone, and then like education is very much about tracking, as was hunters and gatherers, where the gatherers were out here taking in the whole. And this is our whole brain. It's not a men or woman thing. And we sort of like as a species kind of split that and kind of went into this other way. So, you know, there's this way in which when we're out here, when we're like taking in the whole, basically our focus, our brain waves are more in theta states. And as we focus, we get into different states. But I think that there's this aspect of slowing down that people are speaking of, or states of wonder that people are speaking of. And it's like kind of like out here when we're like, wow, like you see everything and the light and all that. So, you know, really, I'm going to just share my screen, and I'm going to do this, Roxy. Share my screen. And also just to say, I have been very honored to be part of this design science studio since it began. And I am so grateful, because we're all here to focus on all life here and designing for all life. And in that, there's so much to learn, and each one of us has so much to bring to that. Every one of us, every species, everything. So I just want to share some different things, okay? So like with focus, first of all, I wouldn't be able to take any of the photographs that I take
or videos or anything if I didn't manually focus my camera, because my eyes were like manually focused. And that's why it like took me so much time. When people say, oh, I didn't have stereo vision. Okay. So that's what it's called. But I had a hyper stereo. Like there are times where people like, it's so dimensional with right here, but I don't take in everything else, or I wouldn't. Now I have fixed it non-surgically, rewiring in different ways, a whole other story. And I could put a link up to that later. But the way that, so for me, I would have to refocus for dimension everywhere I looked. So educationally, I missed a lot. And then I picked up things other people weren't seeing. And it's not that they can't. It's not that I'm so unusual. It's just that I'm focused in different ways and I'm focusing on different things. So I just wanted to share this because this was one of those things where, like, when I looked at succulents. So I didn't study any of these things in school. This is like the world in nature is my school. So I had heard that succulents don't need a lot of water. And then in studying the succulents and looking at them, they like create palaces for the water. They like create these ways in which they hold the water so beautifully. And, I think that like that in itself is sort of like, we are like palaces for the water that we are and hold too, right? Are we not? And so like, there's this way of, I come to this one because I've had Gina Bria, who is part of the studio, and she talks about water and fourth phase water, which she looked at this and said, this is fourth phase water. Like this bead of water became looking like the rest of it. And that's about frequency. So like sort of like vibration, frequency, I also had heard I have synesthesia, which is seeing sound. What I really believe is that we all have these capacities of sensing, but because we've heard there were 5 or 6 and each is individual and they don't connect, that we shut down the ideas of this. So I believe that like, I see sound, and I believe like musicians see sound, like so many people see sound and light. I can capture what I see so I could show it. So, that's something that like, also like in knowing that, like there's so many things that I can see that others don't see. So for people who are studying biomimicry or different things, I have so much to offer, to bring, that I haven't captured yet, because I can do that for many things and everything because I see it in a different way. And I think I just sort of like, I'm going to just close this. But, sort of this reminds me of a moment I had with seeing this dragonfly, because it was a cold day and the dragonfly looked frozen. I thought it died. I couldn't even believe there was a dragonfly there. And then when the sun lit it, like all these beads of water, sort of, let me just zoom in because it's just so cool to see these beads of water. And if we think about it, like here, we could see the bead of water, like, insects, like, see these full beads of water and we'll drink from a full bead of water. And we have to go into zero gravity when, like, it's how many feet away from us that the gravity holds together with a bead of water, but like up here, we have to kind of go to that. And so, something like spider webs is something I really gained a lot of information from, because spiders, they tune their webs, they build their webs every day, they tune their webs, and they feel the frequency and vibration on the web, which is how they know something came to the web, and also just to share that some of these photographs are also part of the Campaign for Nature Pathways project that we did, that Kelly and I are working on to bring this forth, because, to me also webs share, they teach us about connectivity, they teach us about our brains, everything, and so here, just again, focus, right? So this is the same as this. This is the same web, okay? I'm just looking at one line here in this one, okay? So I'm going to just zoom in so you see that thread. That's one thread on that weave. And it's just moved by the water. So it's just like water. And like, I just think, if we think about focus, right? You could say, oh, there's so many dimensions. Well, it's like, you wouldn't be able to see that unless you look so carefully, and so often we don't even see the thread that connects them within that. And this is also the same. So this is a spider web in motion. I look at this and I see, wow, look at that information on that web. Like, we can zoom into that, and there's just so much so much to see, or the space where like here we can see like the sacred geometry right there in the web, right? Where all of the spheres overlap in here. Let me just move this over a little bit. Okay. Here. Again, this is the same. And I share these just because I think, you know, it's all right here. We're seeing so much right here with that. And I okay, so like focus again. So I'm just gonna keep coming back to focus, because focus is energy. And focus is also what has been commoditized, like taken, and like right now, if we think about focus and we think about energy and we think about, you know, people are, you know, making money off of what we focus upon, whether we're in focus or diffuse. So like lack of focus and scattered energy, which is what so much is trying to create right now. Like everything is vying for our attention. And when our attention goes all over the place, basically that sort of, you know, that's when, I mean, I can capture it in photographs in a way, but I am hyper focusing in these photographs. And, you know, I just think that focus and energy is so important. And I feel like there's just so much to learn and know from this, and the way that our sensing and senses work, and the way that we are similar in this, in the way that everything is based on vibration. And like, we have to come to remember that this is not woo woo. Like people think, oh, vibration and frequency, it's woo woo. No, it's like, it's real, it's reality. And so focusing upon it is what is needed. So that's sort of like in that study of spiders and webs and like tuning the web. You know, one of my projects in the design science studio was tuning the vessel, because like when we're out of tune and out of alignment, we're not creating the world that we want. And when we're in tune and we're in tune with each other and that frequency rises, then we're bringing in a different, what we want to be in. So when we focus upon that with love, it just really paints that, creates that world. So I put some different photographs in here, but I have volumes and volumes of photographs and videos and things, and really like, you know, in the design science studio, what I've wanted to do is a book and an exhibit. I have my work have been exhibited, but like really putting this together in a new way, which is also educational, which is, you know, and also has the ability to have other, you know, it's not just my work, you know, as this is all about invisible visibility, you know, this collective about it. But this is, so this is a project that I started when I was learning how to, so my eyes, as I said, weren't focused. Let me just see my time. Okay, I have 52 seconds. Okay, so basically as my eyes weren't fused, I started tracking things. So birds were one of those things. And so, you know, that was kind of like focusing on that, you know, and here, like people will say, oh, this is not focused, but it's very focused. It's just focused in other ways, you know, and this is just, steam on a coffee cup. And I don't know about you, but I see an eyeball right there, but that's just me. And there's nothing there. I didn't add that there. These aren't like manipulated with Photoshop or anything. They're just light. And also just to tell you that blind people will tell me they see light the way that I see light. That just makes one think, like, what are we talking about our senses and what do we know about them? And I think it's very little. And there's so much to learn and know. This was just an example I'm showing of the space between things and water. So I can come, you know, I could show this, but, you know, just those waves in between. There's so much information that's happening between things and around things. And it's much easier to see in the water, but people feel it, right? How many people like tune to a rock or a tree or a bird, a cat? Like we can tune to anything. We have tuning capacity on every single cell of our cells. We have receivers and antennas. There's a lot of information to learn from that. So I'm just going to share this. This here is, I play around with soap bubbles at night rather than the day, and every single, and I have different videos of these different things, but every color in the bubbles represents somebody there shining the light on it, because the thickness of the film literally changes so that everybody's a different color reflected in it, which is fun. And this kind of was like, you know, looking at the universe in a way, you know, but it reminds me of universe, it reminds me of cells, it reminds me of mitochondria, it reminds me of all these things at once. And then this one is the space between two soap bubbles, okay? So this is a colorful field between two soap bubbles. So if we think of every relationship we have, every like if we look at the, everyone's seen the seed of life or the flower of life, and it's so flat and it's not dimensional, but like it takes 8 cells to make a human. Like if they're doing in vitro, they put in 8 cells. So the dimensional aspect of that seed of life is literal. It's the literal key to life. And so I see this and I think, well, if every space between was colorful and beautiful and like, an island in itself, like what world will we be creating? So I just wanted to share this because this friend of mine, Xavier Perdiso, put it in this machine he made. He took this one soap bubble and he multiplied it, okay, over time. And like, to me, I see sunflowers, I see all kinds of things, but it also created this heart. So I'm just going to leave it here with this, like when we have the colorful fields between us and we're focused together, we can really create the world that we want to create. So thank you very much. And that's what I have to share right now. And if anyone has any questions or if there's even time for that.
I think we just went over time a little bit. But if someone wants to interrupt me with a quick question, we could do that. But I just want to say how gorgeous these images are, first of all. And I was incredibly in awe of the spider web and what seemed to be, like to me, it looked like etched crystals, like, like how crystals can store or transmit information. And I also wanted to mention something I learned through Sophie Strand, which is that the spider's web is actually part of the spider's cognition system. So the spider's web is actually an extended, I'm not calling the brain a cognitive system in and of itself anymore, because I think that's too limited. So it's an extension of the spider's embodied, or I guess the one that's within the spider's body. Yeah.
Yeah, because they put the sensing out there so they can sense further, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah,
totally. So much. I look forward to continuing conversation with you because I feel like we have a lot we can talk about.
Yeah, me too. So beautiful. Thank you so much, Stefanie.
Thank you.
Okay, and then Eve is going to intro.
Yeah, I am.
Hi, Eve.
I love it when people who are passionate about the same things get to like nerd out together. And Stacey, I have to say, your face was just like making my heart glow so much. Like I can't wait for you and Stefanie to talk more because y'all definitely, yeah.
I love it.
Share that. It makes me really happy.
I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful to be here. And it's just unlike, I've spent so much time, I'm sure like many of us, immersed in the dominant culture. And so spaces like this are really special. And I feel like all the learning that I've been doing on my own is suddenly being integrated by, I think, the field of us. So
yeah. Absolutely. I agree. It's really cool to be able to cultivate a space and create a space all together that we're like, each have our like thing we're passionate about. And we're like, this is my piece. And then together it's like this amazing, like spider web, like giant ocean, like just, yeah.
Those metaphors.
Spider web, giant ocean. Yeah. So next up, I'm going to introduce Roxi to the stage. Roxi is the leader of DSS and is a phenomenal human person and someone I'm very grateful and proud to call a friend and creative partner. Yeah, you're amazing. Thank you. So much love.
Oh, thank you, Eve. You're incredible. It's an honor and a gift to get to be a core steward of this initiative and this community and a part of it. Honestly, like I feel humbled and grateful to get to hang out. I almost said commiserate, but it sounds like a terrible word. Like, why does that have the word misery in it? I don't know. Tension, our language. Gotta be careful and precise with it. I am delighted and grateful, and thank you for, yeah, it's so special to get to do this with you too, Eve. I'm going to share a little bit about Invisible Visible, about the studio, and also I'm going to share a little bit about our I.D.E.A fund, and that is what's going to happen right now. And then we're going to have another little break, and then we're going to have the rest of the event. So I'm going to get my screen share up, and here we go. Okay, great. So, all right, we're in it. We are deep inside of making the invisible visible. And this is the 3rd annual Invisible Visible. I think that that's like actually really interesting and important to point out. We have done this event now 3 times, and there's something really special and really beautiful about getting to repeat things and getting to see them and watch them evolve over time and witness our collective evolution as we deepen into specific subjects. And this one, you know, really came from Bucky. This like making the invisible visible inspiration came from Buckminster Fuller. And the way that we've taken this concept and like really explored it and seen how time and time again these patterns in nature, right, that Stefanie was just talking about, like nature is the supreme artist and is constantly making the invisible visible if we care to look. I think there's something really beautiful about how important it is that we take time to observe deeply together. If we really want to move towards planetary and cultural regeneration, we need to radically transform. And in order to change this reality, we need new structures and new systems and new spaces and new stories that actually make the previous models obsolete through revolutionary experimentation and collaboration. And so by observing deeply, observing nature, observing our patterns, observing our systems, we can see this sort of mirage of modernity fading, and we can feel in this emergence from previously invisible wisdom. It's like manifesting our interwoven stories, the past, the present, the future, the stories that are embedded inside of our natural systems, inside of our myths, inside of ourselves. We are systems and systems and systems. And there's so much that awaits if we will take the time to look deeply and gain a deeper understanding of what no longer serves us. And there's so much there as waiting for us once we take the time to deepen. And so we move from this like apparent to the alchemical field, and we can hear what maybe was previously silenced. In this space, we can also observe this spiraling damage of expansionism and colonization. Yesterday, if you were with us, you got to hear a little bit from Heather, who was kind of sharing a bit about the Possible Futures crew and their upcoming course for decolonial sustainability, which was a course that really radically transformed my personal life. But that inquiry of sitting in a space that you feel uncomfortable and exploring what are those threads that are continuing to pull us that we might not have recognized that we're continuing to perpetuate because we haven't taken the time to observe and to detangle. And so what happens inside of that, like, okay, like here are patterns that I'm continuing to perpetuate through my body as political vehicle, through my actions, through the patterns in society that I am perpetuating, and say, okay, great, like let's take some time to come out of this sort of mirage and come together in this listening and sculpting from these vibrational forms that Stefanie was just talking about, so that we can really collaborate for a world that works for all and do what we're doing here. We're birthing ideas, we're designing the equitable and the just, and we need to make time and space to imagine another way forward. And so when we process these explorations in community, we can turn knowledge into wisdom, and our shared epiphanies will inform us of what we must do together as we feel together. And this is how the invisible becomes visible. And so as we're moving through this together, we can see and we can feel and we can hear with more coherence. And we can identify the sufficiency, there is enough, the enoughness that is available on this planet for all of life to thrive. Because we're working for interdependent solutions with a capital S. This is not about solving one way. It's a very interconnected system of many different approaches. Some are modern, many are ancient, and a lot of them are very much rooted in the present. And basically everything is rooted. What are our choices here now? Yesterday I left right after the salon and I ran over to Bioneers and I got to have a few really powerful experiences. I got to sit in a session with Milton Sheldrake, who wrote Entangled, and we were looking at these really incredible systems, mycelial systems that are completely underground. And they're hey, we need to have a revolution protecting what's under the soil. There are so many, there's 40 miles an hour that they're growing, right? There's this mycorrhizal networks that are expanding at rates that we can't even imagine. And they're so delicate, but at the same time, if they get separated, they find their way back together. And we know that our soil, that top layer is one of the only things that's keeping us alive. And so, yet that's an entire world that we've barely discovered, that we've barely explored. And later in the day, there was this amazing indigenous native elder who was sharing, because they had this film screening and they brought back the salmon to this one region. And this indigenous elder was here's three laws. One is respect. Respect for yourself, respect for each other, respect for the planet, respect for the future. Keep it in the ground. You have to think, you have to make those choices now for the future. And so what are those choices that we're making and reorienting to in this opportunity of orienting in a new way? And I just felt it was just so beautiful to even just those two insights on the edge of all of the brilliance that we experienced here together yesterday and that we're coming into tomorrow. These are all interdependent approaches and new ways of thinking and seeing. And this is it. We're converting this high technology and reorienting what technology even means, this ancient future wisdom, from weaponry to livingry. So this is the space of making the invisible visible. And this is also the space of that radical imagination from the root. How much time do we spend, maybe here more than most places, as Stacey was saying, but generally imagining our future on a healthy planet. And this role is something that we get to steward together, because the world is facing this crisis of imagination. The speculative futurism that Salem was talking about, it's practice. We need to literally practice imagining other ways. Damian was talking about the role of imagination in our myth, in our ways of making meaning in the world. And this work of doing this, connecting to our imaginations, connecting to the ecology and the more than human world and the language of the dreaming world. We need to root the imagination into ecology, which is a form of decolonizing the imagination. And imagination has been colonized by technology. This is what Damian was speaking about. So where are we rooted? And where are we connected to in terms of our place in the reimagination of our modern myth, of our modern story, of new narratives for cultural change? And so that's why we practice here, to imagine beyond what we might think is possible for ourselves and for each other and ultimately for the world. And I just wanted to share a bit about the Design Science Studio, because that's where we're at. We're here inside of this invisible visible salon, and it's being hosted by the Design Science Studio. And for many of you, you know who that is, but not everyone does. So we are an educational cultural incubator for the art of the Regeneissance, this regenerative renaissance and reimagination that's coming back together to reimagine our paradigms and our place in history and our role within it as creatives. And so this is an incubator, incubating, tending to supporting this relational dynamic and spirit for art that helps to empower all of us, including the folks who are helping to steward this. Like, I feel empowered by this container to continue this process to imagine regenerative futures so that we can be collectively inspired and pulling apart and learning and unlearning to change culture that will implement in implementation. Like Nico is here, who's was one of the co-founders of the Design Science Studio. Like he says this thing, which is behavior is a function of culture. As we change culture, we change our behaviors, and those actions will lead to this transition to a world that can work for all of life, including our friends under the soil, including the things that we can barely see, including the systems that we are embedded within, and so much more. Where there's so much more to what is than meets the eye. And by taking the time to make the invisible visible, we can help to move towards a different type of culture, a culture like we're experiencing, a little microcosm of right here, to be those seeds, to take that out, to help the world evolve, to help reimagine life on this planet. And so recently, we renamed our scholarship fund to be the I.D.E.A Scholarship Fund, and it is to continue to support and uplift the creatives who have said, yes, I'm going to come together and devote my creativity to making a world that works for all, because if we cannot dream it, we cannot move towards it, and we are like, you just say no, like, it doesn't have to be this way, and there is another way forward. And so that's why we've created an opportunity for other folks to help. And so people who are, if you're here and you also are tuning in online, if you're watching the stream, or you're connected to other folks who care about these kinds of things, like contributing to support in any way to the work that we're doing in the Design Science Studio directly supports artists and change makers and innovators from underrepresented backgrounds and communities. I mean, Stefanie was just talking, like, the perspective that Stefanie was sharing from the beautiful, like, other lens that folks have who have neurodiversity. Like, the world is not designed for neurodiverse people, and it is full of them, and they are beautiful, and their way of looking at the world, my way, I am one of those people of looking at the world, matters. And being able to say, like, no, we're not designing anymore for the middle, the margins, we are all important. And so the support actually helps uplift those perspectives and centers them. And inside of the studio, we're launching and uniting and bringing all of these different people together to continue to foster these types of interventions for regenerative futures, to empower communities that are championing environmental justice, social justice, and cultivating the next generation of folks who are trying to make change and amplifying the voices of people like me and people like so many that you have already experienced today, people of color, people from all over the world, folks from low-income backgrounds, LGBTQ+. It's all very vital to our quest and continuing this work and this revolutionary program. But we actually really need support to continue to enable the folks who are a part of this cohort right now and the entire community. And so any donation, like $5, $10, $100, thousands of dollars, it all directly supports people who are a part of this work now, because it's the container that's holding and tending and uplifting and listening and adjusting and changing and trying to be resilient inside of a world that is not trying to necessarily support these kinds of changes. But we are that groundswell, and we're committed to continuing to do it. And so I just wanted to share a little bit about this, because these are the voices that are needed for a just and thriving world, and they're missing from dominant narratives, and they need to be amplified. So that's why we're doing what we're doing, is we're amplifying, we're platforming, we're collectively working together, we're co-hosting, we're witnessing, we're reflecting, we're uplifting each other, because we need to change our culture and change our world. And we've made some progress. It's badass. Like, go us. We've raised 5K. We have a goal to raise 65. And so please contribute. And we're going to take a break in a few minutes, and I'm going to leave the QR code up during the break. So if anyone wants to contribute or share it, it'd be like a good time. I'll play some music from Wahinya as well, and then we'll come back afterwards. So that's it. We're going to take a short break. It won't be very long, but just give everyone a chance to grab some water, use the bathroom before like the last push of this beautiful event today. And I want to just thank you all for coming. I know not everyone is live in here. Some folks are on the stream, but your presence is also so valuable. Your time, as Stefanie was saying, like this valuable resource of your attention to say like, this matters. This moment matters. All of your visions matter. The time that we're taking to do this work matters. And so it's just, I just want to thank you for showing up for yourself, for the future generations, for each other, and for the world. So with that, I'm going to leave this up while we take a little break. I'm going to change my desktop so you can see the new image. And I'll play some music from Wahinya, and we'll be back in like 3 minutes. Thank you.
Abba dances as she flies beneath the blue skies, and the people down ground swing emotions. The air is filled with a sweet tune. My skin's mighty brown, my hair fluffy crown, smushed by the sun as the clouds move in motion, making shifts to match our emotions. We're children of the sun, so let us dance. We're children of the sun. I chase the bus to see the sky high. Got to find the seas to feel the breeze. I hear the wind, it tells me things that I can't see, like where to build a nest that I can rest, like a bud patch on a low branch far with moss, grown over time like my loved one's name. I flew deep in the woods to find a dream that I had. I flew out of the woods to find a dream. The wind whispers to me in the air, and I see the sea. I feel like as the air brushes me, and I see. A bird dances as she flies beneath the blue skies, and the people down ground swing emotions, making shapes that match our emotions. Skin's mighty brown, hair fluffy crown, smushed by the sun as the clouds move in motions, making shapes that match our emotions. Children of the sun, let us dance. Children of the sun, chase the bus to see the sky, find the seas to feel the breeze. I hear the wind, it tells me things. Children of the sun, children of the sun, children of the sun. Bird dances as she flies beneath the blue skies, and people down ground swing emotions, making shifts to match our emotions.
Greetings, everybody. Are we back? Oh, awesome. Wonderful. Welcome back to part 2 of Salon 3 of cohort 3 of Design Science Studio. I'm Mage. I will be your host for the next little bit. And I first off want to just congratulate everybody on their presentation so far and just offer immense, profound gratitude into the work that's been put into this space. And it's been a learning experience for me, and it's been an inspirational wellspring. And I'm sure that most people that are part of this program can resonate with that. So first and foremost, I'd like to introduce, next up we have Giovanna Chukleva, and Giovanna is a civil rights attorney and restorative justice circle keeper, committed to advancing the community-led vision for justice that is based on healing, accountability, transformation. She's an immigrant from Bulgaria, living in Oakland currently. And this talk is going to be a visualization section on how we can implement restorative justice practices and give the opportunity for liberation and reconnection, repair systemic harm, one circle at a time. So, Giovanna, welcome.
Thank you so much, Mage. Hello, beautiful people around the world. In my own language, I want to say Zdravейте, Pozdravím всички. It's been amazing to be here with you from this morning, listening to the beautiful poems by Kharyshi and Damian's kind of deep dive into myth and learning about the Axolotl, learning how to say that. Gio's amazing presentation about this beautiful being, decolonizing science with Stacey, the planetary revolution with Salem, and Stefanie's focus and photography, or focus photography, it might be called. But I'm really delighted to be here. I'm going to share a little bit about what it takes and what it means to decolonize our approaches to harm and crime. I was invited by Roxi a few weeks ago to share a session with the current cohort. And this time I'm just excited to give you a sneak peek into a foundational understanding of restorative justice. And that is, restorative justice is not only a way to repair harm and then conflict after the fact. It's also a way of living that is based on the understanding, that is based on being in right relationship with ourselves, with each other, and with our planet. It is a way of living that is predicated on the experience of being a part of a web of relationships, and knowing that what affects one affects all of us. As Martin Luther King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And I would go further, that injustice anywhere is actually a violation of justice everywhere. And so this way of being is not new. It is very old, like you all know. It is shared by indigenous peoples all over the world. And if we go way back in time, or even not back in time at all, from some of our peoples and cultures, we come from cultures that knew that we as humans are not separate. We come from cultures that practice ritual and lived in myth and shared ways of being with each other. So at this time right now, in 2024, when the systems of oppression that have created so much harm, from the genocide in Gaza that we continue to witness, to the violence that many of us are experiencing in our communities, restorative justice provides us a pathway. It is a pathway from a place of disconnection, where violence comes from. I can only hurt you if I'm separate from you, to a place of connection. It is a pathway from a place of supremacy, believing that my way is the right way, that my people are more important than your people in one way or another, to a place of a non-hierarchical, right? An interconnected way of being, just like in nature. And in providing us that pathway from disconnection to connection, restorative justice helps us in a very fundamental way liberate ourselves from the systems of oppression that live inside of us, which is one of the hardest kinds of work to do, to liberating ourselves and each other from the ways the systems of oppression live externally to us, to then fundamentally changing those systems of oppression so they no longer exist, right? Like we need to end what is harming us in order to start building what is healing us, so that all beings everywhere can be free. And because the only way to understand restorative justice is to experience it, and we are all in different places around the world, so I can't actually sit in a full restorative day justice circle with you all today in person. I want to invite us into a brief visualization. This is going to take about 10 minutes, so it's going to be the rest of my time. And I know that most of the keynotes so far have not involved this kind of thing. So you might be driving your car right now, you might be cleaning your room, whatever you are, if it feels right for you to just take a moment and pause and come deep into yourself. This is an invitation to do that. You could, adjust your chair and sit in a way that actually feels comfortable. Or if you're at home, you could lay down. You can lay down and close your eyes, and you can listen to my voice as I also play a little bit of music in the background. So I'm going to test the sound first, and y'all are going to let me know if it's too low or too loud. Sorry, I don't mean to share my full screen. I'm just going to share my audio. How is the sound? Too loud, too low? Okay? Okay, wonderful. Are you still able to hear me on top of the music?
Yeah, you can turn it down a tiny bit.
Okay, how's that? Better? All right, friends. So we're just going to take a moment to close our eyes, if that feels comfortable, and to go inside of ourselves. We can begin by taking a deep breath in and out. Maybe this is your first time breathing deeply today. Just take a moment to nourish and stay in it. Take another deep breath in and out. Just noticing the element of the air as it moves through our bodies, as we continue to breathe deeply. As we notice as the air comes inside of our lungs and also inside of all the little cells in our beings, continuing to breathe and feel that connection to the element of the air. this air that's been on this planet since the very beginning, this air that has been everywhere. And as you continue to breathe, I want to invite you to feel where your feet touch the floor and feel into the earth that's below. We've been talking about Mother Earth this whole morning. Let's just take a moment to feel her right now. Feeling the mycelium networks that Roxi spoke of underneath our feet, that also are in our feet, in our shoes, in our socks, in us, in our bodies. These mycelium waves that are everywhere. And then with the next breath, let's take a moment to connect with the element of the water, the sacred ancient waters that are in the ocean, in the rivers, in the frozen ice on our mountains, in the sky, in the spider webs and beings all around us and inside of us. Waters have been on this earth from the very beginning also, and they too are everywhere. And then with our next breath, let's see if we can connect with the element of the fire. Maybe put your hand on your heart. Notice your heart beating. Feel what it's like to feel your heart, to feel the fire of life inside of you. And how that fire is connected to the fire of the sun, the stars, and the fires that are everywhere, the sacred element of fire. And then with your next breath, see if you can just feel all the elements at once. This living, breathing being that is you, that is in relation with all of creation. And give thanks. Give thanks to the elements and give thanks to the indigenous peoples who are fighting to protect our sacred waters and our sacred lands and our sacred air from the systems that are destroying them. And as you continue to breathe, I want to invite you to notice if there's a place in your own body that is feeling tension right now. Maybe it's your tummy or your shoulders or your head or anywhere else in your body where something feels uncomfortable. And just put your hand on that place in your body. And with a lot of love, just ask that part of you, what is going on here? What are you feeling? What are you needing? And then gently give that part of your body what it needs. Maybe it's just some warmth. Maybe it's forgiveness. Allowing it to be just as it is without pushing it away. Maybe it's a stretch or a movement. Allowing things to move inside of you. And then as you continue to breathe, as you continue to stay in touch with your own center, your connection from the earth to the stars, I want to invite you to bring to mind somebody in your life right now that you have a conflict with. Maybe it's just a little disagreement. It doesn't have to be a big thing. Somebody that you are struggling with in one way or another. And as you continue to stay connected to yourself and the earth, I want to invite you to bring to your mind a memory of something that happened. It may have been painful. Maybe there was a moment where this person said something that hurt you and then you reacted and things escalated. Just go with the first thing that comes to mind. And just freeze that frame, like if you're playing a movie. Pause that frame of what happened. And remember, put yourself into that moment of what was going on. And see and ask for yourself, your own body. Hey, what was going on for me in that moment? What did I feel? What did I need? And in that moment, in your own memory, give yourself what you needed. Maybe you weren't actually able to give yourself what you needed in reality, but you can do so right now. And take a moment to breathe into that movement that you may be feeling in your body as you give yourself what you needed when that conflict was happening. To know that you're safe, to know that you're free, to know that change is possible. And then I want to invite you to, again, in your memory of that moment, to turn towards the person you were having that experience with and ask them what's going on for them, what they're feeling, what they're needing. And how we collectively, you and that person and all of life, the earth and the stars, can support that person in getting what they need. And see how that feels when that person receives what they actually need. Then take a deep breath in again and out, releasing anything from that conflict that may still be unresolved, knowing that's okay too. And with our last few breaths, I wanted you to really imagine what it would be like if in all of our communities, we could ask these types of questions of each other, these restorative justice questions, and then listen to the answers. If we could pause and invite others to pause, if we had processes that could help people move through conflict in an intentional way, in a way that deepens the relationship and doesn't break it. And then I want you to imagine if this was happening in our schools, if our young people were learning how to ask each other restorative questions and hold circles for each other when there's bullying, when there's harm, when there's conflict. And I want you to imagine also when there's more serious violence that happens, or robberies and thefts, what would it be like if we could invite people into processes, into rituals, into circles, where they can learn to hold themselves accountable and repair the harm that they caused. And I want you to imagine also, what if our governments could work from this place of circle of connection, so that they can serve all people everywhere. And so just with your last breath here, I want you to see if there's a message that wants to come through from this visualization that is here for you. Something you want to bring with you into this present moment in your life. And if there is a message, just take it in, take it into your body, stretch your arms, stretch your body a little bit, open your eyes, and say thank you. Thank you for this experience.
Yes, thank you, Giovanna. As you know, I have so much to say about the subject, and just the tears that came up from the heart fire whenever we were focusing in on the heart fire. I truly believe that punitive justice ends a storyline or decides the end of a storyline for somebody, and restorative justice creates the opportunity to determine and co-create alternate endings as a collective. So I really appreciate your offering, and I'm very grateful for what you're bringing to the table.
Of course. Can I share one more brief thing? Super quick.
Yes, real quick. We are a little bit over schedule right now, but
yeah, no problem. Thank you again. For me, this is what collective liberation looks like: the process of ending the oppressive systems that we inherited, and remembering how to live in right relationship with each other. And so if you want to practice that, there's the possibility that we do a fuller 1 or 2 day restorative justice training, perhaps with DSS. So let me or Roxi know if you're interested in that kind of training. And also I'll put my kind of contacts in the chat, so you can always reach out. And remember that none of us are free until all of us are free. Thank you.
radical. Thank you so much. Awesome. Well, wow. Again, thank you. Next up, I would love to introduce Krishnan Krishnan, and they are remixing oral storytelling and tradition with high tech make-believe. They invite you to participate in emergent community experiences and for personal and cultural transformation through the sacred power of play. A call to play is the creative technologists and community meaning makers to build a multi-site specific community stage with telepresence, somatic digital interfaces for cultural change through their live interactive role playing, and through collaborative ritual building and an interview style format. Krishnan reveals the personal journey to remix oral storytelling tradition through modern technology. I'm excited to hear your talk. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much. You can hear me? Yes.
Yes, indeed.
And I wanted to just thank everyone here and Roxi for just quickly bringing me into this community that is so aligned and resonant with all the practices and studies that I've been doing for the last at least 10 years with studying with a Himalayan monk on revitalizing oral storytelling tradition. And so to begin, to start off with, I would like to start with a little ritual with a candle, and I'm going to offer a chant to the community that basically asks us to remove, this is a poetic translation, let's remove all the obstacles between us so that the wisdom can descend. And from that wisdom, let us see the wealth and prosperity that exists between us and for us, that we can offer the world to cultivate peace from an expression of unconditional love. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Aim Saraswatyay Namaha. Om Aim Saraswatyay Namaha. Om Aim Saraswatyay Namaha. Om Hrim Kamalaye Nama. Om Hrim Kamalaye Nama. Om Hrim Kamalaye Nama. Om Bhuvaswaha Tatsavitu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhadram No Apivataya Manaha. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Subramanyam 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 Vostu Subramanyam Vostu. And at this time, I'd like to also invite a colleague, Lindsay Law, to join me. She has also been studying with this Himalayan monk, and I felt like she could offer some questions so that it can be more of an interview style format. So thank you so much, Lindsay, for joining me here today.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay too. So Krishnan, I know that you've been working for many, many years and studying for many years on how to make invisible things visible. So I'd like to know, what aspects of that would you like to highlight today in your call to play?
Thank you. This morning, 3 things came to me to highlight, and one was this idea that we're missing, or at least some of us don't realize, that in the digital world, it's a primarily mental sphere. And a lot of the wisdom that is being passed on from lineages and through different indigenous cultures actually comes from somatic awareness. That we have this sort of subtle feeling within our bodies that will be transferring how to connect to each other, particularly when we have like holistic learning, where it can come from both the mind and the body. And I have found that that's been a really challenge to bring those types of wisdom. My mother in particular has a lot of somatic wisdom inside of her, and for her these digital spaces are a challenge because it's so conceptually focused rather than allowing for that natural sensitivity to be present. So that's part of what I'm looking at into this call to play as a communal stage for people to connect with each other. It should have a somatic interface. It should have a way for people to move their bodies and be able to connect to each other through the postures that we're giving, through the tonality of our voice. All of this is types of communication that's being currently lost when it's strictly verbal, or it is coming from a sort of narrative point of view. Do you have a question?
Yeah, just how would you bring that somatic awareness into the digital framework?
So I've been talking already to some technologists about being able to, when we swipe, all of those are like gestures. What if we use more gestures that have meaning behind them and symbols behind them. I know yoga has already cultivated a lot of tradition. They wanted to, even the early martial arts, they would study and the animals, like whether it was the crane or the snake, in ways to give us wisdom directly from nature. So if we incorporate some of those things into the way that we talk or even interact, so using the webcam as my gestural interface rather than it just having to require me to talk through types, it will allow for a completely different way for people to be invited into digital space and allow us to connect to each other. The second thing I'd like to bring up, which is somewhat related, is this idea that we feel right now dominantly that the individual can exist without a community. And so community, just similarly how we've extracted the mind out of the body, we've extracted the individual out of the community. And so a lot of the ways in which community is able to resonate with each other and connect is through song and dance and through having a shared musical experience. And I think it's very clear at sports and with concerts, you get that sort of like group feeling when everyone is like connected to whatever team or whatever artist that they're listening to. And that happens a lot as because it's live also. There's a live generative part of that. And so that becomes a very important part of this new medium that I'm looking to call and bring into practice, is this live interaction on this community stage that allows for people to create music and movement together. Even though we're in different locations, just like Zoom has helped us bring together in boxes, there's a possibility of creating a different thing looking at theater, where theater uses backgrounds through forced perspective to give the sort of sensation of space. We could do that. We could put down different backgrounds on our screen, remove the boxes, give each person here the ability based on how they're moving around the screen to actually walk around on a shared visual background that through the arts that we've been using for thousands of years still give us that sort of spatial and somatic awareness into the way that we tell stories with each other.
That's fascinating. And so the way that impacts communication and how would that impact communication and say bridge cultures?
Good question as well. So part of what I wrote, actually, I want to read this morning, because sometimes when you're having a shower, you just get those like bits of inspiration. And this morning, I wrote something down that I wanted to share with everyone, which was, just as every person has a story to tell, every culture has a perspective of reality to share. However, without a collaborative medium to cultivate a living practice of embodied story sharing, we are creating large distortions in our ability to listen to each other and to exchange life-affirming and resource-thriving wisdom. So it's very important, I feel, to give spaces for cultures to tell their own stories. And right now, with Hollywood and the way that sort of the primary storytelling is happening, it's like people telling stories about other people. They're telling stories through other people's stereotypes. And it's very challenging to be able to understand the story through the culture that are generating them themselves. And so with the technology that we have right now, we can, especially if we look into like the decentralized web, create a type of theatrical stage that could be accessed from a webcam, that could allow me then to tell my story in concert and collaboratively tell. When we were all sitting around the fire, which, the screen is a type of fire, we're doing it again in its sort of abstracted way. We are all sitting around a fire, staring at it, telling our stories, but we're missing that somatic awareness and we're missing that communal awareness. So there's all these different possibilities to explore through what I feel a new medium that is currently available from what I understand from a technological point of view, but I haven't quite met the creative technologists and the sort of community meaning makers to bring them together for us to start experimenting in this. And that's part of what I wanted to speak to everyone. The third piece that I think that I also want to showcase as being invisible is that just as we've extracted the mind out of the body and we've extracted the individual out of the community, we've extracted civilization out of nature. And so we've lost a lot of the natural patterns and the organic rhythms that our mind and body are naturally attuned to. But this cannot really come without practice. We can talk about it all we want, but if we don't gather together and sort of play with this, then those types of rhythms, those types of natural ways of relating get lost. And so part of what I'm inspired to share with everyone is this vision of having multi-site specific. So we can have, the musicians could be in Australia. We could have dancers in Russia and in London. We can have, narrative people that are in India, and have everyone sort of co-create, because the oral traditions actually, particularly around the bard culture, had methodologies that these bards were traveling from village to village, like sharing mythos, sharing symbols, and they would have the opportunity to build upon them and to really tell their version to each other so that they could come to a shared understanding. And I think part of one of the more powerful versions is that my family is from a state called Kerala, and Kerala is in South India. And there's a story about Mahabali, which is a king who brought all this great harmony to the land. And every year we have this harvest festival that, even although I grew up in rural Kentucky, we would get together with all of our family, our community, and we would be multi-generationally singing and dancing and eating together. That would just create this sort of feeling of abundance and taken care of and natural connection that was so powerful and resonant that I see it sorely missing in the modern world right now. And if you would have, say, two villages that were having a war and then they come to peace, then every year they would reenact that story, allowing for everyone to remember why it was important and how they came from the war to peace. And what would be interesting, and I think Damian mentioned this among a few other people, that the myths would be reinterpreted for whatever was relevant that year. So they may do the same war, but if this year this group is feeling more issues around water, maybe they'd bring up those themes of water. And if someone else was maybe feeling like there was some resource issue, they could bring that up. And so even though the same story is being told every year, that medium is serving to be adaptable to what is valid right now.
And relevant, and bring the feeling of...
And then it creates a shared understanding, so that year people can start addressing those things because it's up in people's awareness. It's been brought to their awareness of what's important. So I would like to close actually to invite everyone for a little closing ritual where if everyone would take just a moment, if you want to close your eyes, you're welcome to. But we've brought up so many different things that are invisible in this moment. So I would like everyone to just pick one thing that they would like to bring visible, that they've heard about. It could be about what they're loved or something they've heard. And we're going to just take 2 breaths. And in the first breath, you're going to bring it into your awareness. And in the second breath, you're going to make a wish for it to be seen by the community. So this is a community making wish. So let's just take a deep breath into our heart. And hold that which you wish to make visible. And now exhale down into the earth. And now take a deep breath in through the crown of your head into your heart. And see that wish spreading into the community. And as you exhale out of your heart into the community. And I leave you all with this call to play. An invitation to practice a new way of being. Once upon a time, there was a needle and thread. Come inside, the invitation read. Sacred paper, ancient code, a scroll, a message, a throwback from Analog Road. No, I can't decline the thread. I have much to do, must find some food and some water too. I'm barely holding on amidst all this dread, stuck in survival mode, living in the red. The needle also refused, preoccupied with likes to be validated, projecting images through filters, craving status, yet so isolated. So neither answered the call that sat softly waiting for their reply. They were too busy wrapped in a narrative that was based on a lie. Then the tailor appeared with a new invite in hand, asking them to come and play, asking them to dance. See, there was a global collective that had recently convened, had formed a tapestry of technology, a new paradigm of business, to share and be seen. But the needle and thread, this they both agreed, that neither could choose freedom, although the idea planted a seed. Life went on and they kept to themselves the way neighboring strangers do. Meanwhile, the invitations persisted, echoing from the future. That which you are seeking is seeking you too. As life sped up and nothing really changed, the thread kept on spinning and the needle's image just got rearranged. Struggle had lost its luster, opinions would no longer do. But it became more evident to both, amidst all the stories told, that life without true connection is hardly worth its weight in gold. Then, as luck would have it, the tailor returned once again. Radiant Iris had been founded, growing vibrant and grand. Anthrotechs and mythmakers, each cultivating a part, curating a playscape that would serve as a map of the heart. The needle and the thread, now both yearning to believe, needed to let go in order to receive. They paused for a moment, looking back at the invitation to see, and recognized their own handwriting that wrote, "In case you forgot, this is your reminder of who you are meant to be." The tailor then smiled at their knowing, saying, "The truth can be so simple. It's the lies that make the drama real. In order to create change, you must participate, so pay attention to what you feel. For we create the future by expressing what is and make believing what could be. So let's play together in the present, because the stories we see are the worlds we will weave." Dear players, now the needle and thread invite you. Will you come through and invite others too? Thank you so much. And if anyone has any interests or ideas from a creative technologist point of view, please do email me. We're working with a bunch of different experiments right now, and we're trying to find like the data architect or someone who can help us put all those different pieces together. So I really appreciate the invitation. It's just so nice to be here and find such a resonant community on such a quick notice. So when the universe knows, the universe knows. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you so much for that beautiful invitation. And I want to share that I actually, much like the ancient martial artist, I've learned a lot from animals as well. And namely, Scotchy. So yeah, whenever you invited us to make a wish about what the community might be feel and resonate with, it was an invitation for Mage to pick me up and play more.
Yay! That's exactly right.
Because I mean, we really do have a lot of opportunity to create magic together, and whenever we choose the position of a creator and realize that we have a lot of flexibility on how we can see the world and how we show up in the world and how we collaborate in the world, really magic can really like manifest. So I appreciate your offering and your chair so much. Yeah, that's so good. Thank you so much for that. I've been watching through the sibling program D-Web for Creators that's going on, and just your shares in there and the perspective that you're bringing to this community is really inspiring to me as well. And I love this trajectory of this journey we're going on today. And thank you so much for being a part of this community. Like it's just constant inspiration, everything that I hear. So thanks again.
Thank you.
All right. So thanks everybody. Next up, we have Chad Frischman. And Chad Frischman is a visionary partner of the Design Science Studio. He's the CEO and founder of Regenerative Intelligence, aka Wiginton. It's a global advisory and agency superpowered by a network of world-class systems thinkers and doers, creating a virtuous cycle of regenerative intelligence. We enable the effective implementation of the highest impact system of solutions for the planet, for people at scale. So from drawdown to regeneration, activating humanity to become a planet positive. Chad Frischman, founder of Regenerative Intelligence and creator of Project Drawdown, explores the transformative journey for addressing climate change through mitigation and embracing regenerative principles that enhance global well-being. So thank you so much. Welcome to the stage.
Hi, Mage. Thanks so much for that kind introduction. Is my sound okay?
Hear you loud and clear.
You can hear me? Beautiful. Thank you, Krishnan. It's so wonderful to hear you speak, and it's such a hard act to follow. I mean, I was really living for that poem and that visualization that you offered. So thank you so much for allowing us to see the invisible today, and welcome to the community. I've been part of the Design Science Studio community for, it feels like, years, maybe since the beginning. So I come often as I can to talk about solutions and try to make solutions for climate, for sustainability, for regeneration more visible to people, so that we can see what's right in front of us, see the solutions that exist that are ready to be implemented, and how to implement them in the right way. So I'm really happy to be here again to talk about real technologies, practices that we can all take on that help us not only solve for climate change, how do we stop global warming, but perhaps more importantly, how do we move forward to creating a regenerative economy and regenerative society that benefits all life? How do we as a species become more planet positive? And that's really my mission in life, is how we become a planet positive species. Now, what do I kind of mean by that? When I talk about a planet positive species, what I mean is a species that benefits benefits from, but contributes as much or probably more to the well-being of the planet and all life. That's a planet positive species. And I actually think that humanity and all other species are inherently planet positive by nature. But our species has deviated from this more natural state of being to be part of that intricate planet positive species, a part of biodiversity. We've deviated from this course by creating our own systems that are not like our natural systems of life, but are more extractive and exploitative ways in which we can solve some of the challenges that we face as a species, as humanity, but through our own intricate systems. And we have over time created an extractive and exploitative economy and system that we can probably say is not contributing to the well-being of the planet. So how do we steer that? How do we course correct and regain that sort of space and place as part of biodiversity, part of nature that is our inherent natural state of being? And about the best that we can do, the best that we've come up with in the last 30 years is a framework centered around sustainability. The ability to sustain the systems that we have created as a species, as humanity, to maintain those systems within our planetary boundaries. But this is not really fundamentally changing the way we operate, right? This is continuing with the status quo, continuing with those extractive and exploitative systems, but trying to make them just a little bit better, trying to reduce harm. But if we want to provide well-being for all species, for all life, if we want to create a system that is actually truly sustainable, but that has justice, equity, and inclusion at its heart, the framework of sustainability itself is simply not sustainable. We have to move beyond sustainability to a new way of operating, a new operating system for the planet that is regeneration, a regenerative system that mirrors life because it is based on life. And a regenerative system, a regenerative economy and society is actually sustainable. What do we mean by a regenerative system? Regenerative systems move away from the endless growth economy of exploitation and extraction, go beyond just sustaining these systems and move towards a regrowth economy where well-being and abundant benefits to all life is the center of that system which we're operating in, right? So how do we move away from reducing less or producing less harm, reducing harm, to how do we maximize and increase benefits across the board for all species and for all life? Now, to do this, we really have to name the future that we actually want. We have to put the marker on the horizon to the future that we actually want to design, the future that we want, that future that is planet positive, that future that is regenerative, where we're changing the way we're operating. If we don't name that as the primary goal, we're never actually going to get there. So the first and foremost step is to name where we actually want to be in the future in order to take our first steps down that pathway. But the problem, of course, is that system change feels incredibly overwhelming. It's a burden that individuals feel every day. It's a burden that companies and organizations feel, governments feel across the board. It's a burden to bear with the urgency of the crises that we're facing, crises of climate, crises of poverty, crises of biodiversity loss, crises across the board are systems that we've created to help us solve a lot of the challenges that are inherent in existence and being a species, an intelligent species like humanity. The things that we've created have actually over time created all of these crises. We call it the polycrisis, these interwoven, interconnected challenges that are that feel so overwhelming because everything that we do as a system contributes to those challenges. We all heard about climate change. I feel that climate change is the most pressing challenge because it affects everything else. Every other part of all of the challenges that we're facing, biodiversity loss, poverty, hunger, etc., all of these are exacerbated by our changing climate. Because climate change affects everything else, it exacerbates everything else, and everything that we do in the systems that we've created contribute to global warming. They contribute to climate change because everything that we do and everything our economy produces and consumes also produces greenhouse gases. Carbon dioxide, methane, fluorinated gases, nitrous oxide, all are entering the atmosphere. And they stay in the atmosphere unless they are drawn out of the atmosphere. This happens through our natural processes, through the magic and the miracle of photosynthesis, where we can sequester carbon dioxide that we put into the atmosphere and store it safely in plants' biomass and soil organic carbon. But the problem is all of the things that we do in our systems that we've created ourselves is beyond the capacity of our natural systems to draw down. So we have to figure out new solutions to solving climate change by stopping emissions, stopping the sources of those emissions to start with, and enhancing and improving our natural sinks or our natural capacity of our ecosystems to sequester carbon. And when we reach that balance of turning off the sources and enhancing our sinks, we can actually stop global warming. The thing that's exciting about this, when we think about this in the broader context of the polycrisis, is that climate change, because everything we do in this extractive systems that we've created, everything we do produces climate change. That means we have to change everything. This is what Naomi Klein said long ago, back in 2014. This changes everything. So if it changes everything, and we have to therefore fundamentally shift how we operate across all these areas of human activity, all our sectors and industries have to change in order to stop emissions and enhance our natural sinks and natural systems. This crisis can be a catalyst to create the regenerative future that we actually want, to solve not only climate change, but because we have to change everything. And if we do it right, with the right set of solutions and the right ways in which we are implementing them, we can solve for many other challenges. It's the urgency of climate change that allows us, if you will, to be that catalyst, allows us to change everything and design a future that we actually want. Now, of course, this comes at a terrible cost that we're already feeling today. We've been feeling it for quite a number of years, actually. Climate refugees, forced refugees, droughts, natural disasters, famines, etc., food insecurity. These are happening already and will only be exacerbated. So this comes at a terrible cost. And yet, for the first time in human history, we have to change everything. We have to change everything in order for this our human systems and our natural systems to not only survive, but thrive. And so this creates an amazing opportunity for us and to create the future that we actually want. But remember, we first have to name it. We have to name it as a regenerative future. And how do we do this? What's the right set of solutions that allows us to fundamentally shift the system and create this regenerative future and solve climate change? They essentially fall under three categories: reducing consumption through technological efficiencies and behavior change, to replace those technologies and practices that are contributing to the problem with alternatives that are contributing to the solutions. And finally, to restore carbon to its natural form, to useful forms in our natural ecosystems, to enhance and allow our ecosystem to thrive. Because we must remember, carbon is not the enemy. Carbon is actually the element that binds all life. It's the fundamental material of life itself. And so how do we restore that? It's through those three mechanisms: reduction, replacement, and restoration, that we can stop global warming. And then you can see achieve our ambitious targets for achieving the 1.5 degrees Celsius warming target, which is set by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, to prevent catastrophic destruction of our human and natural systems. Right? This is not an extinction situation. Many species will become extinct. This is an end to all life and civilization, but it is a fundamental shift of our natural and human systems if we don't achieve this threshold of a 1.5 degrees Celsius warming target, and at least a 2 degrees Celsius warming target. We're far away from this. We're far away from where we need to be, but we have the right set of technologies and practices that, when taken together as a system of solutions that reduce, replace, or restore, that can help us achieve our goals. They exist. They're right in front of us. We don't have to create something new. We don't have to invent a silver bullet. They are actually there. They're visible, and we have to make them more visible to greater numbers of people and organizations. But more importantly, we have to make how to implement them more visible. All right, because I think that's actually the missing key. Because when we implement the right system of solutions in the right way, we can solve for other challenges. We can solve for our sustainable development goals. All of this technology and practices that we can identify that have a direct impact on reducing our emissions to zero or enhancing our natural systems, all of them have cascading benefits to human and planetary well-being that allow us to solve our sustainable development goals, which are essentially designed to reduce harm of our economic systems. But more importantly, that we can go beyond sustainability. If we reframe the way we think, reframe how we operate, we can see this as internet-connected system of systems, a system of solutions, and see when we're implementing one technology or practice, how it has these cascading benefits across all these other sectors. And when we do it in the right way, we have a regenerative system of solutions that goes beyond sustainability, maximizing well-being for all life. And when we start to vision it this way, we start to see this and it becomes visible to us that regenerative solutions are climate solutions and more. We can stop global warming. We can achieve our SDGs and create that regenerative future of abundant benefits rather than just reducing harm or stopping emissions. But we have to fundamentally challenge the way we operate, challenge our existing systems. We have to move away from the problem, the paradigm, the language of problem, fear, and conflict, and move towards solutions, possibility, and collaboration. Because it's in this space of forward-thinking solutions, solving not for the problem, but solving the puzzle, the challenge of the future. This creates possibility of what these solutions can achieve in the future and allows us to change how we work together in collaboration rather than in conflict and competition. So we know what the most impactful systems of solutions are and strategies are when we see this as an interconnected whole. And these are the same solutions and strategies that allow us to design opportunities for the future that we want. This is what I call the great opportunity. The climate change is the great opportunity to redesign for the future that we want. Comes at a terrible cost, but it's the one chance that we have to redesign everything. So the question I ask you all as individuals and as a collective group, when you're thinking about what you can do, ask yourself, what is your climate quest? It's a journey that you're on, right? I like to think of it as a choose your own adventure. You know those books from the old days? You should pick what is your journey to creating that regenerative future? What's the quest that you can be on that allows you to move forward, to take those next steps down? And then you look around. Who is your community? Who are the folks around you, the parties of actions that you can link arms with on your journey, right? To create that community of action. And then together, how do you create the regenerative future? What are the steps that you're taking? How you're interlinking, working together in a collaborative way. The challenge, I think, is that so many of us are not equipped for this journey. The pathway, that pathway has not really been charted. And this is a quick introduction to what Regen Intel is, regenerative intelligence. We're created to help solve this critical challenge by superpowering and emboldening the next current and future leaders to implement the right set of solutions, the most impactful system of solutions at scale, and thinking about them going multi-solving so we can multi-solve for climate, sustainability, and regeneration. We're doing this, and just a really quick plug, because I think I'm quite a bit over time, but we're launched a education platform designed to train the next generation of leaders and practitioners of that regenerative future today. Our goals are really to allow or provide a comprehensive understanding of the challenges and the puzzles in which we can solve for, and shifting our mindsets to be centered around human and planetary well-being, around abundance, around creating maximum benefit for all life. And then the real practical skills, honing those skills to implement solutions, and also your inner skills to become a better regenerative leader. Why? Because we want to make sure that folks who are entering into the climate solutions economy, which is a burgeoning field, which is going to dominate our economies for the next 30 or plus years, we want to make sure people entering this economy know how to do it well, how to multi-solve, how to not just myopically focus on the silver bullet climate solutions, but to think about climate sustainability and embed these with regenerative principles so that we can have real systems change. Our next course actually starts April 15th. We have about one more week for those of you who may be interested in joining. Live sessions, assignments, and challenges. But what's really exciting is that every fellow who takes part in our course identifies their climate quest. Their 12 weeks is designed to help craft and hone what their quest could be, which is their first starting steps on their journey toward the regenerative future. So feel free to reach out with questions, and we'll be happy to provide you more information about anything I talked about today. Of course, about our foundations course and education platform. But if anything that we've spoken about today in this very, very short time, sorry, I rushed through a lot of this for you all, but feel free to reach out. So we're happy to answer some questions. So I'll stop there and pass it on to the next folk. Thank you.
You, Chad. It's always such a pleasure to have you. And I'm so glad that you got to share about the foundations course, because I know that it starts soon, the next cohort. It starts in 2 weeks. And yeah, I'm thank you also for being patient. I know we're a little bit over time. And so I know it's a lot to download these, like, this interconnected crises, this polycrises that we're in, and how we can really direct our creativity to looking at our quest and how it's connected to climate and how it's connected to systems of solutions. So it's just such a gift to get to have you and your expertise, not only like in our visionary sessions on the inside of our design science studio incubator, but also like in these cultural moments when we're coming together to amplify and uplift the different interconnected initiatives and systems of solutions that are within this community. And you're a part of it, both as a partner and a visionary and as an artist. So I just want to thank you for helping make more visible how we're implementing these and how important that is. And as always, big warm welcome and gratitude to you for all that you're doing and how important this education, these spaces that we're both holding and collectively holding together are for really uplifting the next generations of regenerative practitioners on these collective quests to make the world work for all and implement these systems of solutions so that we can regenerate the future. So thank you, Chad. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Roxy, and thank you, everybody. Sorry again, I thought I timed it before it was 10 minutes, and I just went blah, blah, blah. So, but much love to the community. I'll be quiet now. Thank you.
There's lots of love in the chat. People are really excited, and yeah, definitely follow up with Chad. Okay, now I get to introduce the one, the only mage, Britt Handy. Oh, and Scratchy.
What's
Don't
up?
forget. What's up? Well, I don't know Scratchy's bio, but I'm going to read a little bit of yours because you are a bridge builder between the traditional and the futuristic. And today we get to hear all about your new concept for a curriculum that is inviting participants to realize the legends that we live and the myths that we create by the words that we choose to define them by. So thank you for being here, for seeding this story with us, and for bringing Scratchy along for the ride. And we're so grateful to have you in the Design Site Studio community. I still remember the first time I saw you pop into Regenera Rising, and you were like, where am I? This is epic. So it's just amazing to have you in the Cohort 3 in the community and to get to create with you. You've been making so much beautiful work for the community this year, visible. So the floor is yours.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. And just I'll lead this off by Scratchy has a little share directed towards Chad in his presentation there. But back in the day, I actually was a sustainability consultant by day, and I decided that actually I needed to redirect because if it's not sustainable for the person in the background or the people in the background doing all the hard work, it's actually not sustainable. And I kind of basically had to move out of that industry because I had to realized that the problem was the consumption habits, not the waste. The waste is a byproduct, and what we really need to think about is our consumption habits and then our relation to the waste that we generate, which is all of our responsibility. And really, at the end of the day, hiring somebody to clean up the mess doesn't take care of the mess because where's the way? But I digress. Mage, take it away. Yeah, so there's that. So yes, today I prepared a presentation that I'm not going to share because I'm just going to talk to you all because that is essentially what I'm coming with is the importance of connection, the importance of collaboration and co-creation. And so I've been thinking a lot lately about digital sovereignty and data ownership. Again, I've been observing the D-Web for Creators sibling program to Design Science Studio through Gray Area. And I've been asking a lot, where does all the information go? Who stewards the stories that we sculpt? Where do the legends lie when our phones die? I think about where the stories that I tell, my writings, my art, where all the images I've ever created are contained. And no, I don't think it's all nefarious or some malicious plot to gather everything there is to know about someone to steward some corporate interests. But I'm not 100% sure that's true either. One thing that is true is that sovereignty does not rely on an answer to any of those questions because the data is already stored at home. Some could say that home is a point of origin. It's the place where we land. It's the place that we rest. And while all these concepts are true, home is also where we generate and regenerate. They're two similar words, yet slightly different concepts. Generation is from the invisible, all pervasive, that which cannot be contained soul source. And to me, that's real actual magic. And though it seems to have been subjugated and labeled as something else, potentially for a product scheme or a marketing advertising campaign, but I'll get back to that in a moment. Regeneration to me is how we fuel from things such as sleep, food, water, external inspiration, the love that we share. And the pattern I recognize between the two is one is from within and one's from without, or the external. And between generation and regeneration, we find the cycles that realize our dreams on the collective and individual levels. We are the stewards of our story. And I think about it because I hear people say it all the time. I'm only on Facebook to connect with people that I know and people that I love that I don't see often. But that doesn't feel secure to me. It doesn't feel like a solution for this disconnect that society has normalized. And I'm thinking about, what if that platform just wasn't available someday? What if someday Facebook was offline, we couldn't log in anymore? Not to be alarmist, but what I'm trying to say is that I think that your story is important. I think that my story is important. I think that Scratchy's story is important. I think all stories are important, and not just the ones with $100 million production values or film with Hollywood film effects. You know, I never would have known what it looks like to shoot somebody if it weren't for a Hollywood film. And that's the same for a lot of things, but I'm going to reel that back in. How many parts of ourselves are adopted and adapted from characters that we see in films or books? And don't get me wrong, I love cinema. I think it's extremely potent and powerful. And through weaving our mythos, I hope to remind individuals that they possess that power and potency as well. And they're living it. And I really appreciate what Damian shared earlier about the difference between a myth and a story, and how storifying things becomes this fixed node in time that our memories normally don't remember accurately and get distorted by nuances and all of that. Whereas our myths are dynamic. They're products of our imagination and interpretations that we assign to reality. And I'm here to remind you that you're legendary. We're legendary. This container that we're creating is what legends are made of. So I asked the question, what type of stories are you trying to tell? And to echo the canon from yesterday, actually, I'm not going to call it a canon because that's a violent term. To echo what was said yesterday, what kind of ancestor do you intend on being? And I'm more interested in the stories that you're trying to tell. I'm more interested in the stories that are not theatrically reenacting violence for entertainment purposes. I'm interested in the distillations of our dreams, the language of our love, the stories that define this life and offer inspiration to other likely realities. That's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in what morphs from a mundane conditioning that takes away our agency and power with the potency of our thoughts, our dreams, our passions, only to be converted into likes and comments. So the idea here is that weaving our mythos is a series of prompts, exercises, collaboration with that which is yet to be developed. A combination of yoga nidra, a combination of guided visionary meditations, of communion with herbs through tea ceremony, an active collaboration with our soul spirit unmanifest to bring into the visible realm. I've been thinking a lot about how we have came from this form of visibility with the way that we store our data and archive our information. You know, it started with paper, then it moved to cassette tapes, then floppy disks, then CDs, then USB sticks, hard drives. Now it's the cloud. The way that we archive our stories is becoming more and more invisible, which isn't necessarily a bad thing when we think about the overwhelming amount of VHS cassette tapes that are in a landfill. What I'm trying to get at here is that everything we've shared, all of our pictures, all of our comments, all the writings that we might have impulsively spurted out whenever we were waiting in line somewhere, are things that aren't technically under our control if they're stored on a website. And I do believe that if you have a pen in your hand, if you have a brush in your hand, you have the power. You have the power to write your own story. You have the power to live your legend. You have the power to morph your myth. And how can we use our creativity to build networks and databases that aren't feeding centralized power in the hands of others with murky motivations or less than transparent terms and conditions? Weaving our mythos is all about reclaiming the sovereignty of our story. It's about reclaiming and realizing the power of our words that we use to tell these tales, and the power that is consciously or unconsciously handed over when we allow words, whether chosen by ourselves or projected onto by others, to become lived experience that lack the dynamic vibrancy of vast potential that is available to all and we exist in. Sounds pretty epic when I say it like that, hey? I know many amazing human beings at the street level that are feeling trapped and like they have to work the standardized conventional concept of a job to earn a right to live or to have shelter or to access to food. And if we decide things are a certain way and say it enough, soon they become beliefs, and soon so we shall become. So I want to acknowledge that this is a privileged perspective, and not everybody all the time has the luxury to see it this way, myself included. In many ways, putting together this program has prompted me to reframe my approach to it in its preparation, shining lights on the aspects of my shadow that show up in unconscious ways. And I no longer look at it as an arduous task of doing work, but I've redreamt it as an opportunity to use creative expression as a means of liberation, as an agent of change. So my invitation with this talk is really to appreciate the opportunity to share these thoughts and musings that I am formulating in this offering, and to ask the question of how can we reframe these stories that we're living to redream the tellings of these mythological beings that we are inherently, and to reclaim the power and the agency of words with an established awareness so that we define the storyline with all of its nebulous nuance. And this is not an invitation to sidestep responsibility or accountability by revisionism, but to invite a clearer idea of responsibility by emphasizing the importance of words that we choose to use, repeat, and perpetuate, and to co-create these opportunities that call upon abundance, call upon the resources of those that have access to the privilege and have access to knowledge and wisdom to share, so that we actually live this concept that the words that we choose to tell, the legends that we live, have tremendous power, and ask what we might be perpetuating by retelling the stories in the same way. And I reference the book Dreaming in the Darkness by Starhawk here, as I feel like it's a very potent book, and if you haven't read it, I recommend checking it out. The first part, she's talking about studying with elders and indigenous grandmothers who repeat the same stories of destruction and death and trauma. And an insight came through that we can't change the past, nor in any way is it appropriate to dismiss someone's trauma or suggest to censor someone's authentic expression of their pain and their experience. And also, if I choose to just regurgitate the story and continue to believe that these terrible things are going to happen anyways, then it will. So from what I understand in her position, especially in these dark times, we need to be creating. Especially in these dark times, we need to be writing. Especially in these dark times, we need to be redefining the way that we're looking at the world around us and our relation to it, and the way that we show up, and the way that our actions might be affecting the world around us and the environment we exist in, and to use our creativity to dream a different outcome, and not to cynically accept that we're doomed no matter what we do, or optimistically walk off of a cliff trusting that everything will magically work out. Either way, nothing happens. unless we make the conscious choice to show up and collaborate with all of life and appreciate the details that make up the decoration, the effortless embellishment of all things sacred in the natural world that emerges if we create the space to acknowledge it and to honor it. So if anything you take away from this talk, I hope that you realize that you have the power. The series that I'm putting together called Weaving Our Mythos will be in person in Nashville, but it'll also be archived and digitally available as well. I'm working out the format, and I plan to collaborate with some people. But the series will be focused on, again, realizing the legends that we live and the myths that we create, the words that we choose to define them by. The first installation, entitled Seeding Story, will be a guided visionary experience into the garden of the imagination, a place that I frequent. It's actually one of my earliest memories of having a dream of this garden that I was, there's representations of everything I've ever experienced in this garden. And there were some places that needed some pruning. There are some places that needed a little bit extra mulch or compost. And there's some places that were thriving and beautiful and abundant. And so imaginary landscaping is one part of creative landscaping, I like to call it. So second is firing the water. It's the movement of inspiration and initiation. To make tea, we gotta heat the water. Section 3 is tending to the garden. So it's pruning and personal accountability, feeding the roots. Section 4 is finding the fruit, searching through the growth, external and internal, and focusing the energy towards fruition. 5 is preserving the prize, honoring the abundance and richness of life by preserving what comes forward through our practice and our efforts. And 6, compost, using what's left of our personal evolution and effort to feed the souls of our future selves. I like to call compost future food. Future food. But yes, so I'll leave it at that. My name is Mage. I was born Brent Hanvey, Nashville, Tennessee, la ciudad de música, city of music, Music City. I'm on unceded Cherokee land. Andrew Jackson was not that kind of a person. And I hope to read what you write. I hope to read what you come up with, and to know whatever it is, you've got the power. And so I hope you walk away inspired. Inspired to invoke an archetype or a character that you resonate with. You don't have to change your name, but sometimes it's kind of fun to be something extraordinary. Thanks, y'all.
Yes, indeed. Sometimes it is nice to believe that we can be something extraordinary. How you doing, Mage? You doing good?
Oh, so good. How you doing, brother?
Beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing. One of the lovely things about this space is you find so many like-minded human beings, and you feel that what everybody speaks is the gospel. And it's so lovely, because here you might feel that it's just resonant ideas, but it's actually when you go out into the world and you start sharing these ideas with people who aren't ready for it or have other things on their mind, that you really understand the challenge. And so one of the greatest benefits I found from this space is just hearing from my peers that their thoughts, their ideas, their imaginarium is not so far off as my own. So thank you so much for sharing. And thank you so much for being on the same path as so many of us here. And we've got a very beautiful human coming up. Can we get a big round of applause for Mage before he departs?
Woo! Yeah.
Looking scratchy.
Scratchy.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a very good friend of mine, a very, very dear friend of mine, someone which I'm so happy to see online, and I'm always happier to see in person. And she was visiting me here on Ibiza not so long ago. You have more of a tan now than you did back then. The sun must be kissing you properly where you are, right?
Yes, Hawaii will do that for me.
So beautiful. Marley Benedicto is a dear friend, which is sometimes difficult to describe with words because you don't want to describe human beings with what they do or what they've done for you, because they're, not only because we have a multiplicity of talents, but the way we show up in the world is so diverse. And definitely Marley is one of those persons who has been helping people, empowering people, helping them connect with their voice, with their communication, and so many other things. And best thing I can say is that she is a very dear friend and a person I love very much, and I'm happy to hand the stage over to her. Mwah.
Thank you. It's so good to see you. Wow, good morning, everybody. I'm really excited to be back here with the team. Design Science Studio found me at a moment, I found them, where I was having so many creativities and so much imagination flow through me, but I didn't quite believe in it or fully understand it. And so being a part of this cohort a couple of years ago helped me ground into the possibility and the potential that our imaginations can become reality. And it's been a beautiful journey of following that string. And that string for me has been actualizing the voice of the earth through music, through art, and through dance. And I had the opportunity to also study with Chad earlier this fall, because it wasn't enough to just feel the creativity and nature evoking out of me what it wants to be heard and how it wants to be seen and expressed, but to actually understand what the polycrisis is and to have a deeper understanding to be able to speak to and take action towards regenerative actions in the field of climate warming, but everything else. And when I went into that course, part of it was like, okay, I'm ready to fully give myself into the next level of how can I take the information that comes from this. It was very, very dense with a lot of practical facts and science. And when I walked away with there needs to be a new story told. And that new story needs to be something that connects to the heart, because the realities of the condition of the world, when we look at the problems that we're facing, we're approaching it with a scientific, more numerical method. But it's the heart that inspires action, and it's a heart that inspires change. So it's a very full circle journey of coming back to really singing and creating music and creating art is a strong catalyst to get people to understand themselves as the other. And for me, in this situation, what I'm talking about is the other being Mother Earth, or the elements. And there are many cultures around the world, many indigenous cultures, in fact, that look at the elements, fire, water, earth, air, and ether, as an equal sentient being, as you and me, with their own history, with their own stories, with their own personalities, just like you and me. And I've had the opportunity to study these cultures while living on islands. In Hawaii, for example, one of my bases, we have the aloha spirit. And aloha is this tagline that we hear, and we just think like, oh, aloha, hang loose. Aloha is actually a magic. Aloha is a consolidation of life force energy working with the mana of the earth. And the Hawaiians work with this energy very intentionally. And the Kamus, who are like the original priests of Hawaii, teach the lessons. For example, we talked about Giovanna brought in the practice of forgiveness earlier, a couple speakers ago. Well, in Hawaii, there's a term that's known as ho'oponopono. Ho'oponopono. In the West, we majorly know this as I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you, I love you. While that's a really powerful mantra to be saying and to be embodying, it's so much more than that. It's actually energetic alignment, working with the subconscious, the superconscious, and our inner child and intellect. And whenever we look at the word ho'oponopono, Hawaiians actually assign an element to each of the vowels. The vowel O is the element of earth. So whenever we're saying ho'oponopono, we're grounding into that earth energy and we're materializing, we're taking form. That would just make right. And this is just one example of how cultures around the world have worked with the elements and worked with the earth as a co-creator and a being. And something that I learned studying with Wiginton was that there are actually companies now that are giving seats at board tables to elements such as water. And I found that really progressive, fascinating, and inspiring to think about how we can begin to do that not only in a larger corporate setting, but also in our daily life. How are we engaging with the elements? How are we engaging with water? Here in Bali, where I am today, the first religion was Agama Tirtha. And Agama Tirtha is a worshipping of water. Here in Bali, water is completely inseparable from the culture in the sense that the Subak system, which is a UNESCO heritage site, now the Subak system is how the water travels through the whole island, passing from one rice field to the next rice field with communication between farmers, which ensures the prosperity and the abundance and the health of the people here in Bali. It's an ancient technology. And so you can imagine rainwater falls all the way from the highest point of the island down, passing through each and every single rice field. And so the Balinese people worked really closely with water, and water was a conduit of the relationship between the people itself, which ensured their co-creation and thriving, and also ensured a lot of cooperation. And so there are so many water temples around Bali where people go to be with the water temples, to pray to the water, to receive the gifts of the water, to receive the intelligence of water. And myself personally, having worked with the water and working with water priestess here in Bali, have directly experienced the impact and effects of giving over my mind and giving over my agenda and praying to water every day, going to the water temples. Right here, I'm so blessed to be living above a sacred spring, which is like, wow, I get to go down and be with that running water every single day, and I get to practice the tradition of purification. And so today, what I feel inspired to share with you is a piece of art that's come through the metamorphosis of all of this that I'm sharing, which is a video called Water Speaks. Last year, I was approached by Alvina Kali after we had spent 4 weeks in a community immersion and incubator here in Bali, which is actually starting today, the second year of it, I.D.E.A Universe. And through the I.D.E.A Universe, Alvina heard me speak about this passionately over and over again. And at the end of it, I was so excited when she came up and she said, Marley, I want to make a video. I want to do something about this. And I was like, yeah, babe, let's do it. And so we brought together a couple other inspiring women who are also in the space of arts and just showing up as good humans. And we created a dance. I wrote a spoken word. We collaborated with Balinese videographers. We collaborated with the Eco Village Nuanu and their recording studio, The Labyrinth. We were supported by sustainable local eco designers, royal codes, as well as I.D.E.A Sacred Wear for the outfitting. And it was a beautiful community activation project with some really powerful words and meaning that I'd love to share with you. So yeah, if you guys could please pull up this video. This is a piece of art that has emerged from this storyline.
Dear humans of the earth, thank you. Thank you for walking the footsteps of a person who sees and feels the earth, who holds their whole being in the reverberation of Gaia. When we meet eye to eye, I see the hope you carry and the shadows you bear compassion for. Rounding ridges of impermanence, you understand that our time here in this fleshly body is limited. Yet the roots of the great oak will continue to reach, and the flowering trees will return every spring. No one can own the earth, beholden in her beauty and strength. No one can capture cascading waterfalls in their hand. No one can net the rising sun or silence its reflection on the moon through the night. Though they may blindly try, no one can suffocate her seas or penetrate to the core of her source energy. That is because Gaia will survive. She knows her limits and her strength. She is not afraid to change, ancient as the galaxy and more generous than most can comprehend. As this planet spins suspended in space, our minds have been confined to the limits of our human race. Humans of the earth, help us remember. Sing her song as it pulses through your veins and erupts like hot lava from your heart and throat. pierce the blindness with a melody too sweet to go unheard. Wail from the depths of your ocean as you know it to be her ocean. Let yourself be felt through the veil of time and space. Hold the uncomfortable silence until people settle back into their skin. Send us rising with rivets of your sweet honey nectar and release us from the body again. Your voice is your song. It is her song. Help us remember. We walk the rhythm of the wisdom keepers before us. We release us now into the all for all to inherit the wisdom within their own being. By letting ourselves be known, we increase the hopefulness of believing. Believe in yourself. I see you. Thank you. Hold steady the heat of an eternal flame as we find the beauty in this awakening.
Beautiful.
So
Marley, if I'm not mistaken, I'm sorry. Did you have something else to add after the video? I'm sorry if I interrupted you so abruptly.
no, you're great. I just wanted to add an invitation, if I may, for those of you that are looking to come together and learn more about this, to regenerate together in community. If you want to come to Bali, I'll be here for 8 weeks. For the month of April, for 4 weeks, I'm supporting the incubator I.D.E.A universe, where we are meeting all day a group of people from around the world that are working on systemic change, impact entrepreneurship. And in May, I'm going to be guiding a 5-day immersion into the Balinese nature, going into the water temples, going to the tea temples. So this is something that you're invited to find me for. And then in the winter, I'm going to be doing a 4-month rolling community immersion in Hawaii, where we're working with agriculture, we're working with permaculture, we're working with arts, dance, somatics, as well as the ancient wisdoms of the Hawaiian people and the Pumus. So I really do believe that having the embodied somatic experience of living on the land and engaging with the culture and indigenous people of these cultures that are still working with the sentience and elements in this way is completely life-changing. And you need to regenerate from inside before we can begin to try to regenerate outside of ourselves. So if that's something that you'd like to join, reach out to me. And Jorgis, I'm so curious what it is you were going to say.
No, I remember that last we met, you were discussing a little bit about this project and all the intricacies. And I think one of the beautiful things about the studio is how you see people who enter at some point, and then you see how their project or their dream or the decision starts to take different forms. And many of the qualms you had or the problems, I remember discussing them as like, how do you put things into alignment? And obviously, I don't think that any of what I said had anything to do with the success of the project or it helped. But I know it's lovely to find someone to talk to when it comes to these things. And so it was just kind of curious to see how you found a way to bring all these partners together to make such a beautiful, to put this initiative together.
You're
so
definitely
it's just
inspiring to me, your musical lessons.
or just holding space or just listening. I think that's something which is really important. Marley, thank you so much for finding the time and stopping by and sharing. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
No.
And on that note, it's always beautiful to meet friends in this space and to also track their journey and their trajectory. And Harlan is no exception, who is next on stage. You know, I remember years ago observing, you know, how he'd draft all these mega structures and big kind of projects, and it's always beautiful to see how they evolve and how he finds new expressions. And Harlan, if I'm not mistaken, you're going to tell us a little bit about your latest project. Is that right?
It's not my latest, it's my oldest project. It's my overarching project I've been working on my whole life. So, and it's kind of like when I first applied to the DSS back in 2020, this was the project I applied to work on, but then it's kind of taken a back seat so I can focusing on everything. And this is like this one specific thing. So we're just going to dive in. I've got a few minutes, so it's going to be a quick whirlwind introduction to it. I'm going to share my screen. And so let's see. I'm starting with the PowerPoint, and then I'm going to slideshow, and I hope it's going to be, can everyone just see that famous Buckminster Fuller quote? Yes, and my audio is good? Okay, here we go. So I came across Buckminster Fuller back when I was 20 years old in 1979. And of course, this is probably one of his most famous quotes: never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. And right after I learned about Buckminster Fuller, I learned about Paolo Solari. I saw an exhibition of these megastructure cities called arcologies. Architecture and ecology integrated into one huge building that then people live in three-dimensional interactivity, but on a human scale. And so I immediately bought the book, which was published in 1969 by MIT Press. So, you know, he has some notability. He is kind of fringe. This is the cover of the book that shows a cross-section through this like mile-wide, half-mile-high megastructure. Now, none of these arcologies have ever been built. And even in this book, he just sketches them out without really thinking them through in a practical way as to how you would get around inside of them. But this is what the book looks like. The first half are these flow diagrams of him thinking about how humanity works and inhabits the earth. The second half are page after page of these many miles wide and over a half-mile high megastructures called arcologies. And this, to me, was the new model that makes our current model of suburban sprawl, of building, you know, houses in suburbia and then a shopping center, a Walmart, you know, and just sprawling. Even our modern day cities kind of embrace that. So I came up with this idea called the 12 spiral city. One of the main impetus was also, once again, 1969, a formative year of a lot of thinkers. This was Anne Griswold Ting's urban spiral hierarchy. That's these series of spiraling ramps with human scale buildings built on it. And Wolf Hilbert's also in 1970, this was an idea to grow cities in the ocean using structures that would then have coral accrete on it. And this is a really important principle, because in my vision of these future cities, the cities aren't so much built as they grow using natural organic growing techniques, whether it's coral or trees or maybe other things that we come up with that we haven't even thought of yet. So this was then applied to this book that I read by John Michel called Dimensions of Paradise, which goes into detail of this 12 circles around a central circle called the Heavenly City or the New Jerusalem. And he also goes into detail about certain numbers that relate to the proportions of these, very much so that the smaller circle is 2,160, which is the diameter of the moon, compared to the larger circle, 7,920. And that's the miles of Earth to moon. But this diagram is an exact representation of the relationship of Earth to moon. But with those in mind, I applied this 12 circular heavenly city into these spiraling ramps. And I actually did a presentation on this back in 2008 at an EcoCity conference in San Francisco. And I built this model. This shows on one side a little cross section of the human scale buildings of each level. Each ramp would spiral up 144 feet. They're 2,160 feet in diameter. Each ramp is about 316 feet wide. And you see it overlaid in San Francisco to give you a sense of scale that it would be like from the Tenderloin to the Mission. So this city isn't built all at once. It builds itself slowly over time or grows over time. At the intersections are towers which would transport human scale vehicles, bicycles, scooters up to each level. And then these buildings that are divided into inner, outer, and a central street that are all human scale up to 45 feet high, have gardens on top until ultimately 12 levels high, which makes it about 1,700 feet, which is tall compared to skyscrapers, but not nearly as tall as the largest skyscrapers. But mind you, these computer-generated images I hired a friend to help me create are very blocky. It really would be growing. In my vision of this, everything is organic. This is an AI organic representation, another kind of canyon being inhabited with these AI domes, and you see these ramps or streets running along it. So here's an interior view of my crude vision, but I'm hoping to develop a more AI generated organic one, or even my ultimate goal at this point is to make a virtual reality game so that people could participate and create in virtual reality this 12 spiral city. And of course, in the central open areas would be parks, gardens, performance spaces, sports areas. I haven't addressed that. I'm just thinking of this three-dimensionality, this arcology that grows upward over time in a completely organic way, more of these AI organic visions. And so I'm going to stop my share and then just for a moment, just chat in general. When I talk about this to people, people are like, where are you going to get the money to build this? And I go, this isn't built using money. If you're going to use money to build something, you're going to end up just building another shopping center or like a Hilton resort or more, tract homes or another skyscraper. That's what money is used to build in our current paradigm. This isn't built with money. This is built the exact same way that the tree that's outside your door, hopefully you've got some trees around you. Did that tree pay the sun, pay the sky for water, pay the earth for its minerals? No, it just grows. The whole universe, how did the earth come into being? How much did it cost the earth to be created? That's how these cities are going to happen. It's just going to happen because this is what we want to do. We want to do it out of love. And also, I really appreciated Marley bringing up the concept of the archetypal elements, the 5 elements. Of course, the 4 elements have been very much emphasized, the 5th element being ether, which is the vacuum, the substrate that everything arises from, has been suppressed in modern times. But of course, water, earth, fire, and air. These elements are what we are. This is how the city comes about, is because the archetypal elements wanting to come into form for the benefit of all life. And as humans, Bruno Taut, who I didn't mention in this, is one of my biggest inspirations, but he was a German expressionist in the 20s that saw humans as the spiritual organs of the earth to build and create with the earth for the benefit of all life and the earth itself, not just for the plants and the animals, but the minerals, the mountains, the water, the elements, that we are here to become conscious, living, spiritual beings that can create the most beautiful, most amazing, sustainable way to live. And now this 12 spiral city, this has been something I've been thinking about because of Paulo Solari's 3-dimensional arcologies. But these principles can be applied in any which way. It doesn't have to be this specific, geometric spiraling ramps, which could be fun, but we could just go in and start building in canyons and mountains or anywhere by integrating all of the archetypal elements in the most conscious and sacred and spiritual way possible. So thanks so much. I hope I didn't go over my 5 minutes.
No, that was so epic and legendary. It's always blows my mind the vision that you hold and what you're stewarding and bringing into this world. And we're in a time that needs it. So I'm so grateful for this. And the envisioning new earth, everything that you bring into Design Science Studio it's completely inspiring. So
and of course, just before I sign off, I guess I don't know if anyone else threw it in there, but a quick plug. So being part of the Design Science Studio, this is my 3rd season, but the very first one, I actually pulled it together and launched a website. And of course, the website then connects to my book and to my YouTube channel. So please, if you're interested, please go to the YouTube channel, subscribe, help it to grow. You can read my book for free online as a PDF. I've got beautiful hardcover versions of it if you want to acquire, a piece to put on your shelf. And that's it. I'm just going to keep plugging away. I'm so glad to be here today, and thank you all for showing up and listening to me.
Incredible. Thank you so much for sharing. So next up, it's my pleasure and honor to introduce someone that many of you already know and love. Jorgis Dezoulias, evolutionary, visionary of the Design Science Studio, mixes his passion for participative music and social phenomenon to activate, enlighten, and shift the attitudes of the community, culture, and humanity. Jorgis accelerates community from boardrooms to kindergartens to royal receptions with skills and competencies ranging from EU consulted to Eurovision. So this experience, Flux, is a co-created musical experience, an emergent way of gathering, an emergent act of communion, an emergent musical generation together. Jorgis, welcome.
Mage, thank you so much for the intro. Beautiful. So how are we all doing today? We doing good? Let me put you all in gallery view. Let me see who's here. Stacey, Bliss, lovely. Harlan is here. Yes, so lovely. All right, so let me tell you a little bit about what we're gonna do today. Again, we've been talking about flux. Flux is an elevated state of co-created flow. Oh, and Mark's here. Beautiful. It's an elevated state of co-created flow. It basically relies on the principles of music and resonance. That there are emotions within me that only gather their true strength when they bounce off somebody else. And if you create that moment where you're bouncing off the energy, the emotion, you then can amplify it. Essentially, if we can alter our own realities through the way we perceive the world, the idea is if we do it together, we're doing it in a much less subjective manner. And here on Ibiza for the past couple of years, I have been just working with people looking for ways to bring up the emergent, to not guide an experience as much as to allow it to unfold, because otherwise you're just engaging in a recital. You're engaging in a concert. You're basically preparing some media or a monologue to a conversation. And the beautiful thing about a conversation is that it really asks the question, where are we all at? How are we all feeling? It's Easter. For some of us, it's evening. For some of you, it may be morning or afternoon. So I'd like to just ask you all to chime in and let me know how you're feeling right now. Energized, says Christian. Elated. The resurrection myth, says Stacey. Skygazing. Marley says she feels so joyful. That's beautiful indeed. Perhaps there's someone who'd like to unmute themselves and share their emotion live on this feed. Diana says she's sleepy but grateful. The sound is perfect. Well, I do my best, but I'd like to put all you beautiful humans to the test. Maybe someone would like to unmute and share a word or two. Let us know how you're feeling. What's the way? That's the way we do it here. We allow ourselves to be a little bit irreverent and open. How are we feeling today?
I feel seen.
I
feel seen by the community.
could. Christian, show us your hands. Show us your hands so that you feel seen. And if you see Christian, show your hands as well to acknowledge that he is seen. We feel seen. Yes, that is very important. And it's good you brought it up, because the first rule of flux is connection, and you just showed up. There's basically 7 principles here at play. The first one is connection. We really can't know if we are projecting into the infinite or we are projecting onto people who are receptive unless there is connection. And connection occurs through something simple, a protocol handshake of sorts. If I go, ew, ew,
ew.
Now I feel heard in this space. We have connection. That's very good. The other one has to do with care, with love, with the feeling that the space cares for me as much as I care for it. So I would like to invite you all to do a little expression of love, to project a little bit of human warmth into the space and bring up the groove. How about... Let's go for a ride. Who's gonna take me for a ride? Yeah. Who's taking me for a ride? While reacting to laughter's no surprise. Yes?
It's my little unicorn friend. Not showing up on camera.
Good. You know, the good thing about Design Science Studios, you can bring your kids, you can bring your imaginary friends and your multidimensional pets as well, and it's great. Everybody loves it. Who else has multidimensional pets over here? All right. I know Marley has 4 unicorns somewhere in the back, but she's keeping them protected.
I feel animated.
I have 5 unicorns. And
I have my magic pencil now, so we can rewrite our future.
Magic pencils as well.
Yes, here we go.
Marley, that object looked very suspicious. What was that you just held up?
Well, my magical creatures are water. So this is water from Wahinya Valley in Hawaii. It's a sacred spring. And so that means I can go to the water sources here in Bali and put the waters together so they can communicate.
Very good. All right, we've got magical creatures. We've got quorum. But let's do something while they're dancing. Perhaps it would be good to get us dancing as well. Can we get movement in this space? Can we see some dancing, some vibration, so we know that we're all in the same groove, no matter how far? I know you are experiencing, yes you are. It's important because that's the way resonance works, yeah. If you are moving, if you've begun to twerk, it will affect me over here, thousands of kilometers away. Distance is nothing for our creativity and our sense of play. Hey, I love that. All right. So good. So we have connection, we have care, we have collaboration. So now the next thing, which is very important, is creativity. I would like to engage the space with a little tune, and then I would ask you all to chime in if you feel that it's necessary, if you feel you got something to say. So let me come up with a little air, something nice to sing and to play. Let me see, what could it be? It could be, I've got feeling for you, I've got lots of love, I've got lots of love, I've got lots of love, I've got lots of love. When I see Mark, when I see Marley, when I see Harlan, my heart explodes with love. It's a time of rebirth. You know, someone said that there was this dude who was on the cross because of infinite love. He came back to save us. It said he helped absolve us of all our sins so we could be naughty as we need. That's a lot of love indeed. That's a lot of love. Who'd like to share?
That's a lot of love. It's a whole lot of love.
That's a whole lot of love. That's a lot of love. That's a lot of love. That's a lot of
love.
Love. springtime, it's time to live and receive. What's true word? What's true word?
There's nothing truer than love. Funny that creation itself revolves around love. That's lots of love, getting lots of love, we're getting lots of
love.
All right, lovely. Who's sharing next?
I'll go. Emergent, resurgent, divergent, neurologically. I'm logically picking apart my mythos. Might have picked apart a mystery, decoded ancient history, and realized that it's present in my bloodline. And I've been wasting time, but I think I'm amply primed. About to explode, except not that kind. Too much violence already, so I tuned into the love. Now I'm feeling steady. World is feeling heavy. Got it dammed up emotions like the levee. Water's flowing, yeah, I'm glowing. Sounds so potent, I didn't wrote it, I'm freestyling. In the flow, live and direct, you already know.
Yeah, we know that was lots of love. Hey, sing it with me. That was lots of love. That was lots of love. That was lots of love. Lots of love, lots of love, lots of love. We're getting
Lots of love.
Lots of love, lots of love. Can I ask a question to this space? You're all plenty smart human beings. How would you define love, the kind of love we're feeling here in this space, to an extraterrestrial? Someone who came anew, maybe he got a little bit of help from AI, the way we do. You know, maybe he's not completely, disassociated, maybe knows a word or two. How would you describe love to a being like that? That's what I ask you.
Immediately my answer is, it's what keeps us from destroying each other.
What keeps peace on earth and harmony. That's what you say, that makes sense to me. All right, who else has something?
It's a familial. Oh, I had it. Hold on. A familial. Oh, I forgot the second word. I'll come back to it.
That's okay, cause we've got lots of love for you, my dear. We got lots of love. Even though you can't describe it, say it articulately at a given moment, it doesn't matter. It's still there. It exists. It's a great example of chocolate. Even though you can't describe the deliciousness of chocolate, it still exists and it still brings pleasure. So, Bliss, I know you'll get back to us. All right, Stacey, you got something.
Love is a unifying field. I think that our bot will understand something that's kind of technological.
A unifying field. I had heard from a good friend, Amanda Joy Ravenhill. She reminded me of a quote from Mr. Fuller. She said he said love is metaphysical gravity connecting you and me. Metaphysical gravity connecting you and me. All right, Bliss, are you ready? Have you found your word? Yeah? She hasn't found it yet, but here, let's do something. There will be no regrets. Put your fingers up like this and let's tickle her.
Familiarity. I couldn't say them both at the same time. Familiarity.
Familiarity. That's a tongue twister. Yes, indeed. Familiarity. It's love. Okay. Well, let me tie up the chorus and I'll give it to you. It's lots of love. It's lots of love. Sharing lots of
Love.
Beautiful. Mr. Mark Smith, come on. What you gonna share?
Love is the mycelium that connects you and me.
That connects you and me. I love the idea of the mycelium connecting you and me.
Love is breath.
Love is breath. Love is the feeling of possibility, even when it doesn't seem practical. Love is kindness, even when we feel we've got nothing more to give. Mark,
Love is expanded aliveness.
Expanded aliveness. Show me how you're expanding where you are. Expanded aliveness. Everywhere we may be. Expanded aliveness. You know that's what I love. You know how to get to me. Giving lots of love. Giving lots of love. Now, Camila, you seem like you're ready to share. You were kind of getting ready. Or did I get you unawares? Or were you kind of like hesitant? Or did I grab you at a good time? I kind of feel that you have something to share. Poetry sublime.
Me, Michael. For you, now just this magical moment always that is just being in presence, in community, and love is that root, that essence, that pure natural essence that bring us here in this moment, in this life. So how magical is to keeping open our hearts, our intentions, our purpose, and weaving together from our authenticity and vulnerability, opening those safe spaces to feel that we are not alone, that we are all going through this life roller coaster constantly, right? Ups and downs, and just honoring each one way of doing what each one is doing, what each one has to show and has to speak, has to be, and being all together. So I'm very grateful for every step, every moment. Thank you. Gracias.
Precioso, de nada. Muchas gracias por compartir. Thank you for sharing. You know, it's beautiful, the idea of the root. I kind of feel that love is a very human impulse. It's not even a human impulse. It's an impulse which is part of life. It's a desire to live. It's a desire to experience. It's a desire not only to be alive, but to see life around one of us, around all of us. And I kind of go back to that whole idea, like, well, what does it mean to be in service to life, to create abundance, to create more conditions so that others can thrive? And again, the distinction between survive and thrive. We're not here just to push the time. We're here to have a good time. So, on that note, we're here to spread lots of love, spread lots of love, spread lots of love, spreading lots of love, spreading lots of love, spreading lots of love. All right, now I have a question for you. I've got some curiosity. Yes, indeed I do. If we are such believers in love, why do you think we were placed in a place where it was so dark sometimes? Things felt so hopeless. It felt so devoid of the true energy. what would be your explanation? Are we a glitch in the matrix or simply an evolutionary misunderstanding?
Those are the invitations.
What if we misunderstood what love was, and that experience was also love?
Exactly.
This sounds like a conversation. Could you girls please expand, please? I'm very curious. You can't just throw something out there like into the flux circle like this, and it's like we just said that. Oh, come on, we need some substantiation.
Marley, I was thinking how the darkness is not simply the darkness. It is also love, and it's not so much a lack of love. It's an invitation to dig deeper and find it. At least that's how I see it. What do you think?
Marley's thinking.
Well, I'm feeling into that. Yeah, the void becomes more familiar and luxurious the more often that we're put into that place, right? So often when we think of love, we think of the solar emanation of just like vitality and like that feeling. But there's something really yummy about also going all the way. If you let yourself fully go into it, the feelings of heartbreak and being in love are actually very similar. You have butterflies in your stomach all the time. You can't think about anything else. You can't sleep. You can't eat, except for there's like this excruciating pain when our heart is broken. So yeah, it's kind of luxurious if you can let yourself live into both experiences.
I love that you mentioned the idea of experiencing, and I would kind of highlight experiencing emotion, and you compared pain to almost being symmetrical to love. It would be safe to say that there is an emotional symmetry, even though they're almost opposite sides of the same coin. And that actually brings me to a very beautiful image that I have of love. And if you're here and you're present, I mean, it'd be great if you turn your cameras on, but you don't need to. But I would invite you to do one thing. I would invite you to sit up for a minute and imagine the space above your heart, and imagine the space below, two separate parts. From the heavens we receive lofty ideas and visions, all kinds of ideals, and below we have reality, and below we have life as it unfolds. And from the heavens we try to pull down all that's best, and from below we try to elevate the rest. And through our tears and through our effort and through the blood we shed, we do our best. Or perhaps we do something similar instead. But we pull down from the heavens, and we put in the effort, and we pull up from the earth. And the heart that feels both pain and love is the generator that makes it happen. It's the alchemical philosopher's stone. What do you think of that? Does that make sense to you? Is that something beautiful? Something that's been haunting me in my dreams. I think it's quite pretty. That idea that our ability to feel and transmutate emotion is what actually shifts reality.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. It's as if in this material form, the void is giving us the opportunity to bring light in. Like we bring the light in, and that gives us a sense of home again.
Yeah, but that's it. But but for me, it's even your capacity to feel love and compassion is actually an indicator of the power you can wield. Mm-hmm. How much can you forgive? How much effort can you put into a lost cause? how much can you care? And if you don't have that ability to feel empathetically, that there's no energy there. Anyways, because we're reaching the end of our minute, but just leaving you with that beautiful thought. We're still getting lots of love, getting lots of love, we're getting lots of love, getting lots of love, we're getting lots of love. We're giving lots of love as well. We're giving lots of love, giving lots of love, giving lots of love. And this wouldn't be a proper flux. This wouldn't be proper if we didn't for one moment really just come a little bit closer to the cameras, knowing that we can affect everybody here, and that at the end of the day, the beauty of this activity is to aggregate our emotional and human potential. So what I'm gonna ask you to do is take one very deep breath and hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, and just sing with me. Lots of, and the love. Love. Yeah, there was this whole discussion amongst psychologists. I don't remember exactly which one, but the idea is that you can't satisfy your own emotional needs for the most part. There's this whole idea of self-esteem, self-respect, self-love, and things like that. But as we are a social species, we really do need to feel, I wouldn't use the word validated, but we do need to feel that we are seen by our peers. And part of it is so that we can see the world through the same eyes, but also that we can find our place in the world as well. And I'm always happy to stop by. I'm always happy to see these familiar faces and these people I truly love. And definitely I love seeing the world through your eyes. And I love being seen by you. And I love seeing you too. So with no further ado, that's how I say goodnight to each and every one of you.
Thank you, Jorden.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We love you.
Ashe.
Yeah, you really sang us into your bed, I think, because it's nighttime for you.
It's nighttime. I'm tired. It's almost midnight. I mean, many of my friends are out partying tonight because tomorrow is Easter Monday. But I'm feeling kind of just cozy. But nice to feel cozy with you people, my tribe.
The tribe is thick with this one. We recruited some new folks. Beautiful old friends, new friends. We've had friends from other species today. It's been a good day. It's been a beautiful day. Such a good way to take us home. Oh, look, we have another one. Mage, who are you bringing in?
This is so hello everybody. My name is Belvedere, and I'm an owl. I'm too fancy for my own good. If I had pinkies, they most certainly would be up.
You know what the irony is? That my spirit animal too, like the owl is like one of my kind of like more orthodox spirit animals, but one of my favorites is the raccoon, and I have people call me raccoon very often. So it's like you got me cornered there.
Wait, you're muted, Mage. What happened?
Okay, but anyway, yo, I mean, real recognizes real. If we want to be real about it. Oh man, this is good. Thank you so much, y'all.
Thank you, Mage. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Jorgis. Good night. Sweet dreams, my dear. Thank you for taking us home. Making
night,
our
love.
love visible. I love that that's where we ended. We have made our collective love visible.
Oh, my answer to your question, Jorgis, this dark world, we're the seeds of light and change, and the seeds need darkness to germinate.
Yes, they do. Or they said, someone said there's this really beautiful metaphor about burying people. People think they're buried, but they were just seeds. That could just be us.
Real.
Bueno, lovelies. Good night to y'all. Have a good one.
Good night. Thank
Night.
you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Well, you know what, Mage? Keep you up here. We're gonna have a little team moment.
What's
Bring
up?
the team. Bring up. I mean, I feel like we're all the team. This is the team. Everyone, we're on it. Got Julia. Somewhere we have Eve. I mean, the team grows and grows and grows. Well, I just wanted to take a moment and thank everybody. And we made some thank you slides. So, we got to acknowledge, like, these things take a lot of love. It takes a lot of love from everybody. It takes a lot of love from the folks who are prepping. It takes a lot of love from the folks who are scaffolding. It takes a lot of love from the folks who are witnessing. Takes a lot of love. Takes a lot of love. I feel very warm that's like what we just sang about for the last 30 minutes. It was so good. Yeah. So let's make visible some of the folks behind the scenes here. Shall we? All right. And I think Eve is like ferociously working behind the scenes to double check this. So Eve, feel free to.
They're done. You're good.
Done? Great.
They're done.
Awesome. All right, let's bring you up too.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay.
Hold on. Where'd you go?
I disappeared.
I don't know. I gotta turn off the screen share. There you are. Can't do this without Eve. All right. Now we're all here. And there's more. There's always more. There's always more. There's so many more. And we're gonna talk about all of them. Eve, will you do us the honors?
Sure. Next slide. There we go. So we got Roxy, Julia, Bliss, Miriam, Vincent, and myself for production. This is cool. I didn't realize it was a video. The scene we have Stephen, Ian, Roxy, Tayo, Rin, Salem, Moni, Zola, Melissa, and Marley. Volunteers, whoop whoop. We got Rin, we got Danielle, we got Melina, we got Marv, Pablo, Brent, Stacey, Arana, Simone, Hannah, Nomsa, Salem, Malai, and Brent.
There's two of you, Mage. So you did so good you get acknowledged twice.
Yeah, Mage deserves the double.
That's my real magic trick. I've cloned myself.
Yeah, it's true. With the amount that you get done, I believe that. And for our partners, we have Catalyst, Hub Ritual, Buckminster Fuller Institute, Vision Train, Story.Earth, and Vitra.
Woo-hoo. We got a name.
We got a name. I did these really quick.
We got Regen Intel in the partners as well. That Regen Intel chat here earlier.
Amanda, Brent, Chad, Damian, Danielle, Della, Arana, Giovanna, Harlan, Heather, Ian. Oh, we're going back. Oh, Region Intel. We can't forget that. Thank you. John, Jurgis, Kelly. Next slide, I had to put them on too because there's so many amazing presenters this weekend.
Yeah, you don't have to rush through it. Just luxuriate,
Oh, I thought. You want me to like Baywatch? Kiarsh. Is this the speed that we're wanting?
No, you can go a little faster.
Okay. Kirk, Krishnan, Larissa, Laura, Mark, Marlena, Marv, Melissa, Monet, Nea, Pablo, Roxy, again. Roxy, I think you're on all the slides. Rin, Salem, Sequoia, Stacey, Stefanie, Stephen, Tayo, Vincent, Wahinya, and Giovanna. Wow, so many people.
And in case you missed those, Kharyshi, you were doing it in slow motion. Kharyshi. This is an incredible amount of humans, I have to say. And incredible humans indeed. Like, what a magnificent bunch of people who've come together to make the invisible visible. Thank you all for helping make this possible, our third annual Making the Invisible Visible Design Science Salon. We did it! Yay! Woo! Congratulations! May you all have a beautiful, blessed evening, morning, night, whatever that looks like. And I believe like we're also kind of close to closing out the Vision Train. 4th anniversary party at the same time. So I think that there's maybe 1 or 2 trips after this and then the celebration. Oh, we got Alicia, Vitra, and DSS in the chat. Alicia, can you tell us how close are we to, there's more for the anniversary, no? Or are we on the closing trip? We have more trips. Okay, great. Yay. Okay, so we'll put the link in the chat for anyone who wants to stick around. Stay around. You're on the train. The train's not stopping. But this salon is ending. So again, we love you. Thank you. Keep going. You are so loved and supported. Does anyone else from the team or, want to say anything before we complete in reflection?
Stacey had a question about the raffle. I think the raffle was a fundraiser for the Vision Trip. I don't know if Alicia is actually can be on turn on audio and say a bit about it if she wants. While we're also here.
I can share while that comes up that we raised about $500 more for our scholarship fund between the ticket sales and then the 2 folks who also donated in the gift butter. Yay! Thanks, everybody. Progress.
Thank you, Giovanna. Thank you, Anonymous.
Yeah, so there's a raffle happening for the Vision Train as well. And yeah, anyone else want to share any closing words? I'm so grateful for all of you. This has been so beautiful.
What an amazing group of people, amazing project. I'm constantly amazed and blown away by the amount of love and care that we circle the world. We're everywhere, y'all. We are everywhere. I'm constantly amazed by how everywhere we are. So grateful to be a part of this.
I'm just going to say that as the third salon of making the invisible visible that I've experienced, for me, the design science studio became the most visible unto itself through everybody participating. And Eve, bringing as many volunteers, I know it worked because I never got called into action. So that was like, whoa, there's everybody's stepping in. So thank you.
We put out the call and the volunteers showed up en masse and it was really cool. It was a really great experience. So
wonderful, everybody.
Takes a village.
Yeah, we even have a horse, a unicorn friend who
its horn is falling off.
It's taking a nap. We all need a nap, I think.
It's so great. Yeah, totally.
Well, have a beautiful rest of your day, everyone. I'm going to close the stream now. So farewell to stream people. Until next time. Oh, we have Regenera Rising. Sorry, Space Cadet. I was going to make a slide about Regenera and talk about Regenera Rising, but I didn't do it. So I'm just going to talk about it real quick. We have our launch event coming up May 10th to the 16th. It's like our big moment. It's our collective convergence for creators of regenerative futures. All the artists of the Design Science Studio launch their projects into the world. And we hear from partners and we hear from allies. And it's just like a big old celebration. And it all happens because, well, periodically, once a year or so, this floating city of Regenera docks. And we get to climb aboard. And this is a really incredible city. It's propelled by natural power, and it is fully like an embodiment of this protopian future that we're all working towards. And when we get to step into the city, we get to see in its neighborhoods and its villages what it really can be like. It's just to really live it, and it gives us the hope. And this is going to be such an incredible moment to get to come aboard and all tune in as citizens and get into our archetypes and contribute to the Green Book and see how the city comes to life. So tune in soon. Regenera is May 10th to 16th. It's going to be a big and special moment, and we're all going to be part of it, and it's coming up soon, truly. So with that, we close the stream. Adieu.